Hello, hello, hello. How do I move that? Nope. There we go. That did actually work. It's nighttime, but rift activity is calm. So I can probably, what time is it? It's 1 in the morning. If I can find out what I did with my hose. Well, actually, no, I don't even have earthworms yet. If I can find out what I did with my lantern. Also, how's everybody doing? I know nobody's here yet. What the fuck is my lantern? Lantern! Come here, little guy. Oh, there's my lantern. Alright. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to take some hunger penalty. But it's been a couple of days. So I should, in theory, be able to get some worms. But also my crops are growing. I want them to grow faster, which is going to require some fertilizer. And I should really get around to putting a fence around these. But that is on the old to-do list. Right. Hell yeah. Worm get. Of course, it can get poisonous snakes. Ow. Like that one. Oh, I think it's gone. Hello, Pocket. How you doing? Worm. 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 Good amount of worms. That's right, this is what this stream is going to be. I mean, obviously it's not going to just be this. But a lot of it is going to be the worms. Come on, give me the worm. Oh, there's a snake. Goodbye, Coach Whip Snake. Worm. Worm. I feel bad for not going live sooner. The plan was to take a nap, because my housemate was waking up early. Oh, hello. Yep, go away, little dude. I mean you no harm. But didn't do that, unfortunately. I stayed up watching this documentary about, like, people who hunt Japanese murder hornets. And then apparently make, like, sushi and alcohol out of them. Which is kind of neat. But watching somebody eat a giant bee larva, it's a tiny bit gross. Although I'm sure it's full of nutrition. It's one of those things where, like, we could probably solve world hunger if more people were willing to eat, like, crickets and cockroaches. I've eaten a not cockroach. I've eaten a cricket, but it was sour cream and onion flavored. And, like, to be fair, it wasn't even that bad. Very crunchy. But if you don't grow up eating bugs, get this weird nagging feeling in the back of your head, like, hey, I don't think I should be eating bugs. You know what I mean? Ah. 1 second. Alright, there we go. Whoops. I can speak. Come on, give me the worm. The worm. So I've been playing Terraria Calamity mod, and I've got no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Probably because I'm playing in Master Mode, but I'm struggling to even defeat the weird desert worm guy. You know, the second boss after King Slime. What can I say? Despite the fact that I like Terraria, I am no good at it. I remembered to unmute, yeah? Yes, good, good. Have on the map overlay. I find that really distracting, though. I'm sure it would help. But it is very distracting. Oh shit! I mean, it's been a couple of days in the game. My crops aren't as far along as I would like them to be, which is why I'm collecting earthworms to make earthworm castings. But, what are they called? Rift blooms only take like 2 days to grow. So all of those are probably done. If you look at my map, you can probably see that this area is quite a bit less colorful. That's because I've been collecting flowers and turning them into Rift Bloom. Rift Bloom being those little mage seeds that I get shifting fibers and rust dust out of. Very helpful to have in large amounts. Not that I've actually started any real Rustbound magic stuff yet. Rustbound magic is going to distract from everything else I would like to be doing. So, let's actually build a house this time before we distract ourselves too much. In a very roundabout way, what I'm doing right now, which is just placing a bunch of rocks on the ground, is actually helping us towards the creation of a house. I'm not going to be able to put as many rocks. Oh, shoot. I've not been babysitting my furrows, but there's probably junk in there. Stunting the growth of my crops. Gotta fix that as well. I love this game, but it is like all chores all the time. Alright. Probably don't want the fences too close to the rocks either. Alright. Let's go and grab all the junk from the furrows. It's actually not that much junk. But like I said, I have been babysitting it. What I've not been watching as closely as I would like are my fish traps. I'm checking them from time to time. But because I'm silly, they're pretty far spread apart. They should all be empty. Oh, nope. There's a big fish. Well, the last thing I did before I stopped playing last time was made a couple more. But I have been babysitting these as well. Whoops. Just drop the fish on the ground like a jerk. Alright. Let's go put these in the cellar. So much to do. Nope, wrong chest. 6 days. 7 days. 1 second. Alright, I live. It's kind of concerning that my cough hasn't gone away completely yet. It's not as bad as it was. But the fact that it's still around is annoying and of some concern. No fish. Alright. Enough distracting myself with the fish regardless. Gotta go grab my hoe, which is over here somewhere. It's over here. Somewhere. Why not? Perhaps I broke it. Perhaps I just moved it. Oh no, it's on my person. I must have grabbed this in preparation for what I need to do, and then simply forgot. Right, so while we focus on my other stuff, I'll go ahead and eat some food, and then we'll get some earthworm castings started. Hello, Inger. So yeah, I've got... Oh, actually, this is what's left of my porridge. Couldn't eat that. So I for some reason forgot that you can actually cook with smoked fish. It's not game breaking, but it is better than nothing. Come on, grab more fish. How are you doing, Inger? Are you living the dream? Alright. Whoop-a-pa-po. So here's a good spot. It doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be functional. We'll see how many I can make before my hoe breaks. And then we'll call that good for now. I just need to get my crops going. I don't care about all of my crops equally. As I'm not a parent, so I can pick favorites. And among everything, I would really like my pineapples and peanuts to actually have the best chance of finishing growing. But also, if I can get, like, earthworm castings on all of my crops, I can rotate them. Because it will soon be cool enough to actually grow, like, potatoes and probably not parsnips or carrots. Whoop. But I can grow, like, onions. And very likely turnips as well. I found that in creative mode. I needed to spawn my figurehead back in. I actually didn't know that painting existed. Surely I knew that painting existed. But I found it while I was spawning in my figurehead. If I put my earworms down and then wander off, they will die. Surely you can find it naturally. It would be a lot of fun to find it naturally. But let me show you my figurehead, which can only be gotten in creative mode as well. You can craft figureheads, just not this one. Whoop. Oh, that pig probably wants to kill me now. That's fine, I'm faster. Woo! This is quite the run back. Yeah, so check out my ship's figurehead. While I was spawning this in, I saw the painting and I decided to grab it. It is the Thunderlord figurehead. It looks really nice. I wish you could craft it. I wonder why it exists but can't be crafted like the other figureheads. I only know of one figurehead that can be crafted. I didn't check the others. But, like, do we have a chance of finding the figurehead in a dungeon? Although if you did, it would be a specific type of wood. Probably not the wood type you want it to be, so maybe you can find the recipe for it in a dungeon at some point. I don't know, but I like the figurehead. So it would be cool if I could use it, like, on servers as well. If it's a server that a buddy is hosting for me, or that I am directly involved in, I could probably still get it, obviously through creative mode. But that's not always going to be an option. Alright, let's go ahead and put my worms in their holes. Whoops. Let's not squish my worms in their holes. Nope. Alright, I should probably have been using only 2 worms per hole. But they have a weird habit of despawning before they can finish what they're doing. I don't have the inventory space for this. Nope, wrong tool. I should perhaps put my grain and stuff away. I'm not worried about it going bad, but it is taking up space in my inventory. Oh yeah, Inger, I've got a community Discord server. There is not a community Vintage Story server yet. But would you be interested in joining the community Discord server so that if the Vintage Story server ever does exist, you'll be one of the first to know? I'm just going to put my brown coal in there, my grain, my clay. That's a lot of limestone cobblestone. I mean, limestone cobblestone looks good, and I like it. I just don't... I can't remember why I made all that. Surely there is a reason. Alright. Where's my saw? There it is. Whoop. Right, crate number 1. Put that there for now. Alright, sleep well, Pocket. And sorry for waiting so long to go live. I'll probably stream later than usual, but probably not longer than usual. If I'm up too late, not only do I risk not getting a lot of sleep, But I risk deciding to order a pizza and having to stay up longer. Alright, there we go. Perfectly stacked. 1 second. Alright. Man, I wish this cough would get the fuck away. Right, so top one can be for fibers. Bottom one can be for rust, which I have none of on me. That's a blatant lie. Not sure why I only just got that achievement. That's not even the first time I've picked up rust. Guess it's possible that's the first time I've held it in my hand, though. Alright, let's go and harvest my stuff. Now, this is just going to be a chores stream. I'm doing this, obviously. This is something I need to do. I need to build some fences around my farms. I need to stop carrying my lantern in my offhand in broad daylight. This is why I'm starving. There we go. Set it there. Forget I set it there. Lose it as soon as night does fall. Alright. I'm usually more careful about planting these. I think I just got lazy. I should consider myself lucky that it's still in a group of 3 at least. Boom ba-doom. Honestly, Restaurant Magic demands so much of your time. It's not recommended you play it in single player. Huh. Why are these ones still babies? I'll have to keep an eye on those ones. Oh shit. Gotta put my shit away. There is a mod that adds, like, better crates that will just pull stuff, like, out of your inventory as well. Gotta get me that. So I can just quick deposit all of my stuff like this. Boom. I mean, realism be damned. Well, it's hard to argue that efficiency is very good. Ow. Alright. Run for it. Actually, you know what? I know why those ones aren't done. Those are the first ones I planted. So I think that they finished first. And then I replanted them. Did I summon 2 axes? By mistake? Ow. So that I'm not in a vicious cycle of just having 4 plants that are at a different growth stage than the other ones. I will either have to wait longer before harvesting the next one, or, probably better, just not replant until those ones are fully grown. Although my brain does crave maximum chaos. Can we leave me alone when I'm just trying to do chores? This is why I turned the game to passive mode last time. Ow, rude. Come here. Also, don't kill my earthworms. Y'all alive in here? Yeah, they're mostly fine. Hell, a lot of them have already finished their task. Actually, what am I doing? Couldn't put this over here. If I can get to the earthworms fast enough after they make the castings, I can even recollect some of them. Boom. Looks like I can recollect most of them. If I was, whoops, a lot more actively watching the production of my earthworm castings, I could probably pretty consistently get like 70% of my earthworms back. The problem is that in a single-player world, I'm basically responsible for everything. Bo bo bo. Which does make sense. If you don't have anybody playing with you... Whoops, I don't want to kill the worms. It's hard to convince somebody to do all the mining. If there is no somebody to be doing that. That word's good. Oh. Did I just forget to put worms in this one? That's what I was trying to do. Give me those back. Alright, there we go. Oh, another one just succeeded. How you doing? Well, no, they're definitely still working hard. Or hardly working. I'll give you an additional helper. You also get an additional... Alright, that should be all of them. Well, they still have all three. Oh, sweet, this one just succeeded. Stop trying to eat the worms. There we go. Alright, I'll let them keep doing what they're doing. I've got to do all this harvesting. 1 second. My goodness, that's getting annoying. And it's concerning. If I had to guess, it's because I've been silent all fucking weekend. And then suddenly I start commentating. It's the only reason I can think that my cough would suddenly be worse, despite the fact that it's been going away for weeks. I didn't go to a hospital, so I can't prove or disprove it. But if I did get COVID again for like the 4th time last month, time number 5 better kill me. /J. I do wish my living conditions were better. My housing isn't awful, but I do live in the United States, and that's just like a shitty place to live. Also, my housing could be better. Oh, I do. My bedroom is not even large enough to keep my desk in, which is why my housemate waking up and leaving for work interferes with my streaming. Obviously, if we weren't both employed, we couldn't afford the place at all, so... My only issue with that is that my desk won't fit in my room. I could get a smaller desk. Might have to do that in the next place we live in. But needing a smaller desk is not ideal, considering I also need a second monitor. I also need this cough to go the rest of the way away. Alright, well, I want to replant my stuff, but until these are finished, I shouldn't. So I guess let's go put earthworm castings on all my crops. And the faster they start to grow, the more I'm going to definitely need fences around them. The fences need not be fancy, but they do need to keep the hares out. Because their hair is all over the place. Gonna put 2 on each of these. Oh, I'm starting to starve again, which is weird, because I'm being smart and not keeping food in my offhand. Or not food. Well, anything really in my offhand. Oh, but do. Gonna grab this. Not significant amounts of rot. Like, it's not game breaking or anything. I wonder how many furrows you would need to get, like, enough rot to make compost. Like, you need 64 rot to make compost, which isn't not a lot. But if you had enough furrows and enough time, how long would it take to get 64? Dang, look at my peanuts. They're already like half grown. Alright, well, I was hoping I would have more of them left over. But I do have more worms, so I can make more castings. Oh, there goes a hair. Y'all are going to eventually have to die, buddy. I don't make the rules, except I do. Grab my castings, any surviving worms. And then go get some food. Hello, Laxia! How are you doing? One second. I'm putting earthworms in little pits in the ground so that they eat the dirt and then produce earthworm castings, which is poo. So I'm collecting earthworm poop to fertilize my crops, which, to be fair, is actually something that people do in real life. Earthworm castings are incredible fertilizer. Hell, poop is a good fertilizer as it is, but like worms have particularly healthy shit. It's pretty good for your plants to let worms like into them as well. It moves oxygen around the roots and stuff. I don't know, I'm not a farmer in real life. I did grow up playing. Oh yeah, don't question this. I put it down here thinking it would do something. It doesn't seem to. But I probably have to make more of it. I don't think this is enough. Let's go and eat my food. I'm told cellar ice is overpowered as hell. Either I'm doing it wrong, which is likely, or it's not very good. Oh yeah, I'm sure that the cow dung is good for the earthworms, and then the earthworms produce better earthworm castings. Look at all these fish. Actually, I'm getting a decent amount of fish. I've got a lot of traps this time. Well, let's go ahead and sprinkle some castings on my other crops. Another thing I have to do is that with all the hairs around, I need to build fences around these. Depending on whether or not I can put a fence over a furrow is going to make this weird or like impossible. Obviously it wouldn't be impossible, but it would be a pain in the ass. I actually don't think I have nearly enough earthworm castings. So it's a good thing I came over here to clear out the furrows, but let's not start applying it yet. One really annoying thing, though, is that I keep getting attacked by sentries. And so, like, the monsters in this game are really more annoying than challenging. Y'all grow? Oh, sweet. They actually weren't even that far behind the other ones. Yep. So at least I can replant these. Let's go with 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now, it's kind of interesting how death and decay is actually really good for plant life. It's the circle of life. I don't know if I'll get around to it this stream since I don't have an attention span. But I would like to make a barn for my cows. And they've been trapped. I thought I picked them up. I don't know where they are now. But they've been trapped inside little copper cages for the last like 70 years. I'm exaggerating slightly. Especially considering it's only like July of year 1. Is it year 1? No, it's year 0. Almost done. Boom-ba-doo. It's a lot of right-clicking. Alright, there we go, good enough. Oh, hey, it's my cows. 1 second. Kind of cruel. I've just got them positioned over here next to the fire. It's like y'all good to smell me cooking food, but you can't have any. Honestly, I don't even know if it would be good for cows. Cows are herbivores, and considering I try to cook with fish, I don't doubt a cow would eat a fish. In fact, there are plenty of examples of opportunistic omnivores going after meat when it's available. I just don't think it's good for them. Maybe in like small amounts as a treat. Boom, boom. It's gonna be a couple days until I can get more earthworms, so hopefully I get at least enough castings out of this. To make or put some on each of my crops. Well, yeah, I'm sure that a chick is like a little bite-sized snack for a cow. Also, everybody knows that cows and chickens are natural enemies. According to nothing. Although I've seen Cow and Chicken, the cartoon, and they don't get along very well. But at the end of the day, I mean, they are siblings, so they'll stick out for one another for sure. I'm gonna stick up for. I might be tired and stupid. But what else is new? Ah, one of my fish got out. I guess that's what I get for not immediately hoovering it up. Yoink. I don't think I've got any were traps this far down. No, does not look like it. Wait. I totally do. My goodness, I'm dumb. Alright. Go ahead and move these over. I can't remember, Lexia. Did I convince you to join the server? The Discord server? I know somebody did, but I don't know who is. Laxia, not Lexia. My apologies. Whip-a-doo. I wish I could use the hatchet to cut up fish. That was you? Oh, right. Are you ovulated? Fuck yeah, they are. Throw those back in there. Didn't actually land in the pond. Apparently, if you have enough water, you don't even need to worry about the population of the pond. But I'd rather... 1 second, what the hell? I would rather try to keep the population up, even if it doesn't matter. And surely if the pond is large enough to just stay fully populated all the time, having it even more populated is even better. I believe you could do an artificial pond, as long as you put ovulated fish eggs in it. I've not tried, but I've considered it. Like, I wanted to have a fish pond underground. Impractical? Probably not. But if it worked, how cool would that be? Well, when you live as far north as I usually do, you end up having to farm underground, if that is enabled, just so that it's warm enough for the crops to not die. And the deeper you go underground, the warmer it gets. All that geothermal activity. Well, who knows? Maybe if I build a second base entirely underground, we'll try to get an artificial pond going. It will probably take a while. Oh, yoink. Of shoving ovulated fish eggs into the pond. They made a huge underground fish pond. That person gets it. Alright, I don't want to get too far. I mean, clearly, I want to wander. And since I keep almost wandering off. But the closer I stay to these little holes in the ground producing earthworm castings, the less likely something is to go wrong. But also monsters are going to start spawning soon. So we might have to hide indoors. Oh, hey, Ingerra, check this out. Whoop. I can crouch through this little hole in the wall. So I've got a little side door. Only usable by short people. It makes sense for kobolds to live in caves as well. I spent a lot of time when I was a kobold living in underground caves, but that's just kind of where I like to live in the game. Well, it's just a little solid trapdoor. Whoop. I can use this door as well. In fact, this door is preferable because you don't have to crouch. You have to crouch to get through this one. Or at least I do. You can make your Revali smaller than this, and then they can make it through those doors without having to crouch. Heck, they can get through smaller doors than that. Oh, go to both one. I freaking hate those things. Let's hide inside. Hello. Just a little secret door. I could hide it in a bush. Just have little gaps. Why is my cough worse? It's been going away for like 2 weeks. And my cough is like, bitch, you thought? Oh shit, I've got a bunch of fish on me. I should probably put in the cellar. Also, if somebody wants to explain how cellar ice actually works to me, I clearly have not figured it out. Is it safe out here yet? Rift activity is low. So it should be a lot safer. Ow. Rude. Can you get through here? I don't think it can. I know the crawling ones can. Come at me, Scrublord, I'm ripped. Oh, you're trying to get through the big door, because you figured out you can't squeeze through the small one. It's a bit early to be going to bed. Rift activity probably won't go down to calm as I sleep either. Damn, I'm already out of food. It's not enough fish to make more smoked fish. The reason primitive survival fish fillets are so bad is that each one is only actually like half of a fish. Which does make sense. You get 2 for most fish. What I would like is an actual fishing mod. Clearly, I'm distracted enough by random shit as it is. But the ability to actually, like, cast a line and catch fish that way would be nice. Oh, damn, these worms are slacking. I probably should have planted these earlier, so that they were a little bit more in line with these ones, but I don't want them on my person. Alright. Ooh, one of them succeeded. Where are you at, successful earthworms? Here we go. Well, I can hear more of them succeeding. Whoops. Let's not punch the earthworms. I'm starting to think that my earthworms are doing their job pretty quickly and I'm just impatient. If I had to guess, that's the case. But could you imagine if there's just a bunch of us on a server, being the person in charge of collecting the earthworm shit? Like how I almost called it castings, since that's what they're called in game. And I guess in real life. You can buy bags of earthworm castings at a hardware store, but if you walk up asking for a bag of earthworm shit, there's a good chance they'll just look at you like you're a crazy person. Alright. If I'm lucky, I won't just die on stream, but my goodness, this cough is somehow getting worse. I'll pay you like 10% of all the stream ad revenue, which will be like $0. Hello, Pale Hunter. You're just in time to watch me collect more earthworm poop. My hoe broke, so I won't be making more earthworm poop in this sitting, but this is hopefully enough to get my other field. How are you doing, Pale Hunter? Now, my plan was to stream later but longer, and while I'm probably going to stream my usual amount of time, so definitely later than usual, I don't think I'm going to stream longer than usual. Because my ass is dying. Fuck you, worms. Much like these worms that I keep accidentally punching in the face. Come on, only a couple of you left. I'll even give you assistance. Oh, nope, that was not the ones I just gave existence. Assistance. Technically, I'm giving these earthworms existence. Based on the fact that they would not show up if I was not putting down the rocks and picking them back up. 2 or 3 days later. But I'm not going to take credit for the existence of earthworms. Yet. I think I'm going to need at least 2 million subscribers before I start becoming, like, super delusional. Unassuming I'm some kind of reincarnation of a god. That's a 2 million subscriber kind of activity. 1 second. Alright. I do wonder how many times you have to punch an earthworm to actually kill it. And probably quite a few more times than you would have to punch an earthworm to kill it in real life. Although earthworms are, like, really resilient. I'm sure that you could kill an earthworm by punching it, but probably not without doing some good damage to your own hand. I don't know what I'm on about. I'm just living the dream. That dream, being able to breathe. What you're probably thinking, Satu, you clearly can't breathe. Well, why'd you gotta go and point it out? Ooh, I'm excited to do some actual chores in this game. Which means that I'm going to be interrupted by sentries and shit. And that's usually how this goes. Alright. I might have too much earthworm castings. No, there's quite a bit of field left. I might not have enough. I'm just blind. It's not going to be easy, but I should talk to my buddy Marple about hosting another server. If I can make a server, we could all play together. And I could get other people to do my mining for me, because mining is for nerds. That being said, I should make a prospecting pick. Like, this is a lot of crops. I'm going to have way more flax and grain than I know what to do when it's done. The furrows are added by primitive survival. It's actually pretty good. It's a bunch of work to set up. And you gotta watch it every now and then. Pull some stuff out of the irrigation. But I got like 2 rot for nothing. You can also get resources like dry grass and sticks, which are perhaps not as useful as rot, but like, they're free dry grass and sticks. Can never really have enough of those things, so it seems pretty random. Getting more of them this way is not the most overpowered thing in the world, but it is useful. Excuse me. My apologies. Alright, 1 second. Okay, I'm coughing way too much. What's going on? Is there something in the air that is irritating my lungs? What's happening? Whatever it is, I'm not a fan. Right, down we go. Now for now, my earthworms and earthworm castings can stay in here. Oh shit, I've got another stack of these. Those are gonna have to stay in here too. It's too late to plant them this round. I'll plant them next one. It is no big deal. Alright, yoink. Do I have any ladders? I totally do. Fish. It's a good amount of fish. It would almost be irresponsible of me to ignore that amount of fish. Alright. Oh shit, and a stack of rusty dust. Let's put that away. Another stack of rusty dust. I'm starting to think I never actually cleared out my inventory. There you go. Perfect. Now let's collect all those fish. I get back over here and they've already swum away. That thankfully does not seem to be the case. Although I don't think these ones can get out of the trap. I guess you could say that they're hooked. We don't have a mod list yet. I've heard that you're going to have to remake your world anyway as soon as the update drops. For some reason. So in 1.21.6, or whatever's coming next, we'll try to get as many cool mods as we can together. Although apparently with player model library, you can have kobolds and Avali and shit on the same server. Which is really cool, since we'd obviously want both. Are you ovulated? No. Yeah, I'd be open to more mods. Some of the mods I'm using, I'm not even actually like touching yet. I've got a mod called Butchering, which lets me like hang animals up to dry, but I can collect their blood in a bucket and then use it in recipes as if it was water, which sounds gross from like a human standpoint, just making blood bread. But as an obligate carnivore, it doesn't sound too fucking weird. Alright. Nope. One of these trees has a beehive in it. Probably that one. I don't want to fuck with the bees. I should also probably put my fish away. But it's fine, I'll be stacking it. Being able to make stuff last longer by stacking it is clearly unintentional, but I don't know if they could fix it, and if they did ever fix it, I'd be screwed. Alright. Here seems good. I'm trying to get some acorns, but more than anything, I just need a large amount of sticks. Sometimes the div is just bugged. I'm not entirely sure if they do have any actual plans to fix the food stack exploit. Like I said, I'd imagine it would be a hard thing to fix anyway, so it could just be one of those things where they're like, oh, if you don't want to use it, since it's overpowered, just don't do it. Of course, I can't complain about stuff being overpowered. While I've only spawned in cosmetic stuff so far, like the Thunderlord painting and figurehead, I'm clearly willing to cheat. Well, actually, basically everything I have right now for Rustbound Magic was spawned in, but I had it in the last save, so it counts. It's fair. It's all fair game. Clearly that's not true. But for Rustbound Magic to not take up literally all of your time, kind of have to cheat at least a little bit. I've chosen violence and am cheating excessively. But eventually we'll actually get back to Rustbound Magic without cheating. I mean, we'll still have my change to the configs. Boom-a-doo. Poor skeleton. We don't have a name for that guy yet. Actually, I'm about to start starving. Oh no. And I let myself run out of food because I'm being careless. Oh no. Do I still have breadcrumbs up here? If I do, I should have moved them a while ago. I do. Only a couple. Alright. Let's go ahead and grab all 8 of these. Yeah, the decorational corpse. Did I already grab 4 of these? No. Ideally, I would have some crops, but if I already had crops, I wouldn't be trying to rush my... Oh, I didn't grab the cooking pot. I wouldn't be trying to rush the earthworm castings. Yoink. And there probably are some wild crops around that I could get 4 of. Smack you here. Breadcrumbs. I do also wonder why my bamboo's not growing. Perhaps it's not hot enough in the area. Perhaps it's too hot. I don't know, I've actually not tried growing bamboo ever. Oh yeah, I mean, like, if all you're doing is making it where you have more fun in a single-player game, then obviously go for it. If it's like an online game, and it's competitive, obviously that's a huge fucking no-no. Nope, just these 2. I'm sure I can find more onions. If it's an online game, and like it's not competitive, but the other people in the single-player game aren't comfortable with cheating, then like, probably don't. Like, if you're only ruining your own fun, which is like a bad way to put it, because like you can have fun and be cheating, then I say go for it. There is not currently a necromancy mod. There is a skeleton player model. But I'd have to, like, force some friends to play as a skeleton and then just roleplay that I reanimated them and have them do all my chores. And that is the true way to play Vintage Joy. Just have your friends do your chores for you. I've played enough on servers to know that there are people who genuinely love the things I don't like, such as building and mining. And those people tend to not like the tedious aspects of, like, farming and raising livestock. So it's really convenient to just trade with those people. It's like, oh, I'll tell you what. I'll supply you with food if you supply me with ores. And usually they'll be like, alright. Yeah. I used to play Minecraft with this one dude who I think was in his 60s, so he's probably like 80-something now. Because when I first started playing Minecraft, I was a teenager. And pretty much all I would do is grow bread, or I'd grow wheat to make bread, since Minecraft doesn't really have that much in cooking. Oh, but that guy basically never even fucking left the mines. So I would supply him with food, and he would supply me with diamonds and iron. Very fair trade. Although honestly, mining in this game is a lot more involved and challenging than in Minecraft. Which a lot of people do like. That's a lot of fucking red currants. I mean white currants. I'm not colorblind, I'm just stupid. But also being colorblind wouldn't... Oh. Well, I wanted to get this food started. Where's my staff? Here's my staff. Am I still being followed? Yep. Alright, where are you at? Well, if he's wandered off, I'm going to start the meal and then kill him. Yeah, that's fair. Wee. I do wish that farming was as involved as Expanded Foods makes cooking. As it is, you can get away with planting way too many crops. And, like, unless you plant them in the wrong season, almost nothing can happen to them. Oh. And the game is pretty forgiving about crops being planted in the wrong season. Like, if you plant them in the wrong season, they're going to definitely die, but if you plant them, like, too late in the season, usually you'll just get a reduced harvest. Boom. Like, I'm not saying that I want to have to actually get out there and weed the garden. Although if I did, it would probably allow me to, you know, appreciate the crops even more. Yeah, the game very recently added, like, bugs. I wouldn't want to have to use pesticides, but perhaps, like, some natural ways to try to keep bugs away from your garden. But yeah, just, like, make it to where you have to weed every now and then. Not too often. If it gets annoying, nobody's gonna want to do it. Wait. Dang it. It's only a matter of time until I can make better stews. And for now, I'm surviving off of this trash. It's barely good food. Although if I wasn't near death, I'd probably be wasting a tiny bit less satiety. There we go. I do think that, like, blight would be annoying if, like, it spreads too quickly. Maybe if a couple of your crops have the possibility to get blighted, kind of like in RimWorld, but you've got time to, like, uproot those ones specifically, so it only becomes a problem if you ignore it, that would be fine. Yoink. Honestly, a proper way to fish would also be really fun. What I'm doing now with primitive survival is just way too passive. It's also pretty OP, but it's not like there is a better way. If you kill a fish in vanilla, it's very likely to not contain any meat at all. And it's not like they're easy to find either. So they might as well not exist. Yeah, we just start like another blight. Hello, Radiative. It is way past your bedtime. I mean, if there was a way to, like, farm fish, having to deal with disease would be one thing. In vanilla, there's not even really a way to get fish. What is rift activity? Medium? Alright, good amount of fences. Actually, where's my sticks? I'm gonna go ahead and finish what I started. Alright, lots of fences. Let's go ahead and make some gates. I don't need nearly as many of those. That's one too more sticks than I wanted, but it is what it is. Alright. Boom. How funny would it be if I did that backwards? Mobile keyboard. Honestly, I don't even like touchscreens. Touchscreen keyboards are the worst. It's like a tactile thing. Dragging my finger across a smooth surface is just uncomfortable to me. And everyone's like, oh, it's fine. Suck it up. I'm like, why can't I just have physical, tactile keyboards? Hell yeah. Might look silly. Oh shit. I didn't think about that. That's fine. We'll just be really weirdly shaped fences. Stop placing it in weird places, me. You can also disable autocorrect for certain words. I told autocorrect to stop trying to change a volley into weird shit. Alright, so for logical reasons, I'm also going to have to pull the wall away. Otherwise, hares can just jump right over. I need more dirt. One can never have enough dirt. Well, I did just say I need to pull the wall away. So what better excuse to do that than needing dirt? Alright, let's go. What I hate is when autocorrect, like, changes a word that you are spelling correctly into a word that just is wrong. It's like, holy shit, autocorrect. I know more than you. Stop it. Problem is that autocorrect actually used to be done by people. Like, obviously there wasn't a person correcting every typo in your phone. But, like, people would type out, you know, commonly misspelled words and shit, and then fix them. It's like, oh, if you see this, they probably mean this or whatever. And now it's being done by AI, and AI doesn't know shit. Like, there are some decent uses for AI, but not generative, and definitely not anything that's replacing human jobs. If AI wants to replace the human jobs that suck, and we have, like, some system in place so that those people aren't stuck unemployed just because we teach robots how to wash dishes, then I'd be fine with that. Unfortunately, that's not the direction we're going. The direction we're going is that AI is replacing, like, writers, actors, artists. You know, the shit people are perfectly suited to doing. We're like, oh, let's have AI do it. Meanwhile, the shit nobody wants to do. Damn. Going to need more fences. We're still stuck doing. Alright, Tuel. Trying to make the place around look a little bit uglier. Yeah, I've seen some funny videos of people using, like, learning models and trying to teach them the best way to, like, climb a set of stairs. And, like, I can't stress enough that that's not hurting anyone. In fact, it's really funny. Especially when the AI is just that bad at climbing the stairs. In the first couple of generations, anyway, we'll be really bad at it. That's like peak entertainment. And, as far as I can tell, it's not stealing any jobs. Damn it. Oh, wait a minute. I just couldn't place it because I was in the way. Alright. No, damn it. Well, to be fair, I don't think you could, like, film a video that is, like, trying to teach 1,000 human babies how to climb the stairs without some government agency getting involved. Especially when they start tumbling down the stairs. And then suddenly you're like an awful person. I think the most human babies you can drop down the stairs before it becomes problematic is like 2. At most. Alright. How many sticks do I have? Plenty of sticks. I've also got plenty of planks. I don't know where around here I would like to build a barn. I need to make a home for my cows. Oh, I should probably go back inside. I'm actually making pretty decent progress on the actual chores that need doing, despite the fact that I'm constantly being attacked by monsters. Admittedly, I don't like the existence of monsters. Just surviving is challenging enough sometimes. When I'm trying to do some basic chores, such as building fences, and then I get attacked by like 7 monsters in a row, all it does is kill all productivity. Of course, I've got ADHD, so not everybody's going to have this same problem. Or at least not to the same extent. But I do think it's funny that when I wake up, I'm like partially down the ladder. That's a lot of shivers in both horns. Actually, it's only one of each. It's too many shivers in both horns. Oh, great. More monsters. Now, a lot of people complain about the sheer quantity of rust-bound magic monsters, and how annoying they can be since they can fly and shoot projectiles. Ah, and you know what? I agree completely. The rust-bound magic monsters fucking suck. Maybe in a world before we had both horns, it made sense to like try to have something fill that niche. But now something does fill the niche of annoying bullshit projectile monster. Ow. Speak of the devil. It'd be cool if they were at least hostile to each other. It would amuse me greatly. Get over here and die. Nope. Run for it. Instant killing spell? No. Actually, the offensive magic in Rustbound magic sucks ass. Rustbound magic level 1 projectiles do less damage than a crude arrow and take like 4 times longer to cast. Monster Fight Pit. Yeah, you see all the time in mods, not mods, in games like Elden Ring, people will just take random monsters and bosses and pit them against each other. Hell, I see stuff like that for Minecraft mods all the time. I want to see how many shivers it takes to take down like a corrupted Bowthorn. Hello, Zombie Ace. Although now that I say that out loud, the corrupted Bowthorn would just spend the entire time running away. Bowthorns do like sniping you from behind while you're busy doing something else. No, but they are cowards. How are you doing, Hex F4? And how are you doing, Zombie Ace? The old Tiny Clay Soldiers mod? That's not what I was talking about, but that was a lot of fun. I don't think it's been updated for a while, but there was this really funny mod for this game that basically added like full armies that didn't do shit. Like, I guess they just walked around and looked cool. They would fight off monsters, but you didn't need them. Since back when this mod was a thing, you didn't have Bowthorns, so there wasn't that much danger. Let's go and grab 2 more planks. I should probably just be crafting these in small bursts, so that I don't make too many. I should also probably heal more, but that would require actually making bandages. Nice! Well, hopefully I can prove entertaining. I'm really just doing a bunch of chores and pausing every 30 seconds to cough. One of those 2 things is quite a bit more concerning than the other. I was sick like twice last month, but as far as I could tell, it effectively went away. And now it's like back? What's up with that? I don't feel sick, to be fair, but the cough went away and seems to have returned. Alright. Well, I'm going to have to do something about these. Maybe replace them with some other stone. Or not some other stone, but replace them with a stone. There we go, because hares can spawn on those. I don't think that hares can spawn on the ones that actually have the fence on top of them. At the very least, if they can, they shouldn't be able to. Oh, that's witchcraft. And only I should be allowed to practice witchcraft. I try to stream daily. I didn't stream yesterday, because I got distracted playing Terraria. But if you look at my YouTube channel where all the VODs are saved, I've streamed pretty much every day since like July something. Where and how do I want to situate the fence? I don't want it to just be like immediately against the thing, because that would look bad. Although this is all temporary. Good enough. Let's go grab some cobblestone. I know I have got a bunch of it somewhere. Oh shoot, I was muted that entire time. Oh no. The thing that I knew was going to happen. I don't know how long I've been muted. Probably missed me talking about the skeleton mod. Yeah, what can I say? I'm tired. So one of the issues with the skeleton mod is that, like, oh, you're wondering why I was so silent? Like 10 minutes? Y'all have gotta call me out on this bullshit sooner. Anyway, one of my issues with the skeleton mod is that you have very limited classes you can choose from. Oh, I never shut up. So if I'm quiet for like an extended period of time, I just assume that I'm being silly and forgot to unmute. Anyway, if I had to guess, the reason that skeletons are limited to like 6 classes is because they would be exceptionally overpowered if they weren't. Considering they don't need to eat very often. Some of them don't need to eat at all. And they also don't need to breathe. And that's pretty game-breaking. Boom. Making progress. Holy shit, all my clothes are completely destroyed. Jord robe? Who the fuck is Jord? How's my piece of straw in terrible condition? And follow-up question, how does a piece of straw provide like 0.3 degrees Celsius of warmth? I'll have to check more often to make sure that I'm not still muted. Who knows when I did that? I don't. I'll have to go back and watch the VOD. Although I do just ramble an awful lot, so I probably didn't say anything important in those 10 to 20 minutes. What up? Come on, crops, grow faster. I was also talking about the possible future Vintage Stories server. There is a mod which allows you to, like, generate the world in the way that I want to. Oh yeah. So basically it generates, like, really large chunks of land without generating the weird, annoying snaky bits that I'm not fond of, since those tend to just landlock massive seas. And so if I got that working on server generation, which I don't know how hosting a server works, I'm sure my buddy Marple could figure it out, since it served the last, or it hosted the last server. I would probably be willing to let the land be more than 30% land. Because, like, if you can actually sail around continents, that would be much less annoying than the continents you cannot sail around, because they just keep serpentining around. Oh yeah, I've seen the Rivers mod. The medieval expansion water wheels function in a very strange way. So I don't know that they would actually benefit from rivers. If they do, it'll be very, very marginally. But it would be more fun to use actual rivers for that. Whoops, put that fucking back. Yeah. Are y'all done? No. Looks like we're eating breadcrumbs again tonight. Hello, Vicar. Ignore any messages in chat about how I was silent for like 20 minutes. I do need some kind of visualization on screen as to whether or not I'm muted. Or I could just check more often. But I didn't say anything important in those 20 minutes, I'm sure. We also gotta get Vicar of the game. Oh, there's a bow and arrow here. Vicar is sure that they would not enjoy Vintage Story. But we can be persistent. Monk, me. I might have been muted. Zombie Ace, have I asked yet if you want to join the community Discord? It's not very good. Still a work in progress for sure. But if a server is made, that will be the first place it's announced. Oh, I'm starving to death. It's fine. I got breadcrumbs in my quern. Shut up and eat your breadcrumbs, bird. True. Alright, I'll have to grab a link to that. Let me go ahead and move my fish to the cellar. That's a good amount of fish. I'll have to make a meal, but that can wait like 20 seconds. I also still have yet to feed my cows. Don't tell Murple I'm being an irresponsible cow owner. Boom ba-doom. Boom ba-doom. Invite people. Copy. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Go away, search bar. Burp. Burp, burp, burp. That's not what I was trying to do at all. I need a second monitor. Nope, that's YouTube chat. I need a second monitor and a functioning brain. There we go. Like 40-second time is the charm. Burp-a-boo. Burp-a-doo. Oh yeah, I've seen that. As far as I can tell, YouTube's always done that. I would probably have to post independently when I'm going live on YouTube. And then just like remove the ping from where it says I'm no longer live. Oh, because that is useless information. Funny though. It's like, hey, you know that YouTuber you watch sometimes? They were live like 20 minutes ago. It's like they were just live and you fucking missed it. It's funny, but kind of useless. Anyway, look at that. 1.2 years in storage. If smoked fish was actually any good, that would be OP. Who knows, maybe the reason it's not OP is because they actually care about balancing. Some amount... Like, there's a delicate line somewhere between, like, advanced realism and advanced fun. Like, a game can obviously be realistic and still be fun. That's vintage stories, bread and butter. Oh, but if you're making changes that make the game worse for realism, then it's just not a very good change. Also, I should feed my weird dogs. I love my dog. 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 I need to finish Hollow Knight Silksong. I can't install that mod for copyright reasons, I'm sure. But there is a mod that replaces the Bellbeast scene. Or it doesn't replace the scene, but it adds the I Love My Dog song by whoever the hell that was. Cabot or something. Someone's gonna know what I'm talking about. Probably because I play Hollow Knight Silksong, but it was recommended to me, so I would imagine it's just popular in the gaming scene. Alright. What should I feed my dogs? I should also feed myself. But to do... let's go with 12. And then grab some 6 breadcrumbs. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with more steps. I would be cool with some cooking actually adding more steps. Yeah, but recently, Leitman, the developer behind Rustbound Magic, not Rustbound Magic, different mod, behind Expanded Foods. Oh, my cooking pot's not in there. Was like, oh, we're nerfing Expanded Foods cheese because it's actually been better than vanilla cheese for years. And it's like, I can understand that to a point. But honestly, vanilla cheese is underpowered for the amount of work it requires. Like, getting to the point that you can actually start making cheese is a ton of work. It's not as bad once you've already got the resources to do it. But with how much work it is to initially set up, honestly, I think that it should have more satiety than it does. Especially considering not calcium. Dairy is the hardest bar to fill. Boom. And it's not like you're not going to have to keep making cheese to keep it full. So it can be a tiny bit more powerful than it is. Who's it hurting? Like 2 people at most. But probably nobody. Oh, who put that fire there? And I have to figure out what cows eat. Will they eat breadcrumbs? Boom-a-doom. Hello there, my precious babies. Although if they're not ready to mate, I don't have to feed them. Yeah, ready to mate. Yep. Oroksh cow, or however you read that, is in that list. Making breadcrumb is something that I can actually do a lot more of, but it's not entertaining to watch. But I also don't have the attention span to do it off-stream either. That should be good. Let me put these back. Wonder why I'm starving so much. Could be my armor, but my armor's actually got very minimal hunger. Protection, flat damage, hunger rate 3%, 3%. So I do get hungry 9% faster. But I'm also actually being smart and not carrying stuff in my offhand. So I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm being punished for being dumb. Eat those. Eat the breadcrumbs. A pig would eat that off the ground. And fun fact, I don't like pork, IRL. Which is why I don't usually raise pigs. Alright, so they will eat it off the ground. Also, he totally just tried to smack me. Did you see that? The things I do for these cows, which so far has really just been trap them in a tiny metal cage before trapping them in a slightly larger wooden box. The ungrateful bovine. Probably do something with these. Whoop. Smack them in there. I should start mapping out where I want my house to be. Not a lot of place here to expand it further. In fact, the prime location for my house is where it already is. Probably going to be a tiny bit more work than just building a house around this existing one. Very likely going to have to tear the whole thing down and then just rebuild it better. What time is it? Palion ko kilo on. So true. One moment, I gotta actually let you into the server. Server. Unverified chat. Oh, you are already let in. That's what I get for stalling, I suppose. Server is quite the work in progress. Build in the middle of the ocean. I mean, that's fair. If I chose to build in the middle of the ocean, it's not like finding ocean to build in the middle of would be difficult for me. Well, I'm actually going to have to go out and search for native copper. Despite the fact that I can do this. Just conjure a pickaxe from the aether. I don't actually have copper. So while unless I grow conscious about cheating to get that spell, I really don't have to make another pickaxe, since that is iron grade. Are you pregnant yet? And portions eaten. I think they do only need 8. Oh, they've also got more food. So she's got a chance. Now what I gotta do is make some, like, good long-term travel food. Well, let's go ahead and make 2 barrels for the purposes of paper. There we go. Alright. 1 little. 2 little barrels. Might as well put them near water. I can move source blocks with my settings, but might as well just set them up where there already is water. Let's go ahead and grab some of my shifting fibers. So much to do. Where are my sticks? Here are my sticks. Alright. Probably put my breadcrumbs back so they don't go bad while I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off. There we go. Whoop. Alright. That should be enough. In fact, that's way more than I actually want. And boom, 5 buckets made. I am so glad that buckets actually stack up to 5 now. For the longest time, they only stacked up to 4, even though exactly 5 is what you need to fill a bucket. I mean barrel. Oh shit. I have no inventory space. Boom. Hello there, little fish air. See that? Probably wondering, what do I even need paper for? Lots of things, actually. Seal those. I believe that lime water is instant, so I don't need to get any of that prepped. Wrong button. Prepared hide, prepared spore paper, which is what I'm trying to make. Is created by drying sterilized spore paper, which is 1 piece of parchment in 5 liters of lime water. Of course, I've got more pressing concerns than cultivating mushrooms. Yeah, but my priorities are what my priorities are, I suppose. Oh, I know. Let's go ahead and collect all those cattails, for 1. If I can make a skip, collect some flowers, and get some bees moving. Boom. What else do I have on me? A lot of trash. I wish I had an attention span. Alas, that is one thing I do not have on me. Put you back. Are you dry? I don't actually know anything about making bows. It is 58% dry, so I'm not doing a bad job considering I don't know what I'm doing. Hello, Vicar. Thank you for checking in. Oh, by the way, Vicar, did we ever figure out how to make it show how often somebody checks in? It'd be a cool feature to have, and also I'll set up. Right? It would be cool if I could grow those black trumpets I found while exploring, but I didn't mark them, like an idiot. But right over here, there are some pink oyster mushrooms, which would be a lot of fun to start cultivating. I can grow basements in my... basements. I can grow mushrooms in my cellar, so I might as well do so. There are one around here somewhere. In fact, I marked them. There's this pink thing on the tree. I marked them so that I could keep track of them. I don't think they will just disappear, but just in case, I want to know exactly where they're at. How are my crops doing? You have no idea how good peanut butter is? I'll eventually be able to make peanut butter, so I could make some overpowered ass shit. When people complain that expanded foods is overpowered, I don't not agree with them, but also, like, the overpowered food is so much fucking work that I think that you should be rewarded for putting in the effort. It's like anybody who's complaining about how strong not Rustbound Magic, that's a different thing entirely. It's like anybody who's complaining how overpowered Expanded Foods food is actually even making the shit. They just see big numbers of saturation and they just want to complain. That's like, do you have any idea how long it takes to make this shit this good? Probably not. To get resin if you find... I do need resin, but not to stop leaking in the winter. What's leaking in the winter? Do we need a Twitch bot to keep track of how often people check in? Because if we do, that does sound pretty complicated. And I would not ask you to do that. Just call the bot the cooler Aunt Satu. Come on. Look at all these cattails. You know what I don't have a lot of are flowers. I had a lot of flowers. But if I still had a lot of flowers, I wouldn't have so many Rift Bloom. I did specifically try to avoid using catmint, since catmint is one of my 2 favorite flowers in the game. So there should be catmint around. Oh, the resin leaks. I don't think I'm near any pine trees. But I'm also far enough south that there's like acacia that way. What am I going to do before winter arrives? I mean, I am slowly preparing for it. But it is also only July. And if the winter does get too annoying, I can actually just head not even that far south. And then it'll be too close to the equator to get winter. And plenty of reserves. Who knows, maybe by then I'll actually start making pemmican. Hello, are you pregnant? Actually, you're the bull. Is pregnant. Can you get pregante? Come here. Ooh, you pet. Pet the cow. I want to pet the bull, but he's probably just going to kill me. Which would be funny, but I don't think I've got my spawn set in the area. Who am I kidding? I'll go pet the bull. Ooh, ya papa. Ooh, ya puppy. Ow. So it does not quite kill me. Good to know. But yeah, my cow is pregnant. I won't be able to, like, actually milk it for 2 generations. So obviously I won't even probably ever be able to milk that cow. But I will be able to milk its grandchild. Which is a weird thing to say. Unless for some reason these Arachos cows are, like, super docile. If it's super docile, I'll probably be fine. But I will... Where is my clay? I don't have any on me. Nobody will ever say that I am actually prepared to be doing what I'm doing. Is it the lunar moth? Oh, there's a cool moth I was looking at that is like the largest by wingspan. Oh, a mammoth. I remember that joke. What is that cool moth? It was the largest by wingspan, but not like overall size, since the lunar moth beat it out in that category. Very cool moth. I still remember getting like bad grades on essays that I turned in school because, what is it? Open Office would not let you not microwave. It would not let you format your stuff as well as Microsoft Office did. And so I was basically punished for being poor. It's like, oh, your MLA format is slightly off. And it's like, yeah, I'm using OpenOffice since I can't afford Microsoft Office. And they're like, alright, I'm still gonna have to dock 12 points. And I'm like, you dick. I'm only half joking. I almost never did homework, but I would turn in essays. Does anybody know why I'm coming this way? Probably the bees. Let's focus, Satu. I need to lock the truck in. Bees. Alright. They're in here, but where? I don't want to break out the shears, since it will destroy the hive if it is in the leaves. I probably should have done this during the day when the hive is more active. I heard it up there. Hopefully it'll show me that there's a beehive in the leaves before I fully break it. Because at this point I can't hear them. It could also be in one of the logs. And if it is in the logs, I don't have to worry about breaking it. There's also a non-zero chance that it's not in this tree. Doing this during the day when the bees were active would be most beneficial. But the last thing I want to do is break the hive, even though it's not the only one in the area. Yes, the white witch moth. I believe that is the one. I wonder if it wasn't you talking about it. Vicar is not my only moth-obsessed friend. But Vicar is probably the most, prolifically moth-obsessed. Alright. Last thing I want to do is break the hive. So I guess I'll just come back during the day when the bees are active. Yeah, I know that they're near that tree. I specifically backed off because I could hear the hive very clearly. Alright, bees. I'll leave you alone for now. But just know that you will become my pets. Have you tried saving a document as a Word document? I believe it'll let you, but the issue is the formatting. OpenOffice is just a lot harder to format than Microsoft Office is. If I was still doing essays for school, and I should be, since I really want to continue my education, I just don't have the money or time, I would probably just admit defeat and buy Microsoft Office. The economy is in shambles. But because I've got a roommate not spending excessive amounts on rent, I am a lot better off monetarily than I seem. I'm just in such bad physical health because I do not care about my own longevity. And honestly, since I don't own a car, just buying actual groceries is really hard. I've been told to stop saying I don't care about my own longevity. Holy shit. Almost starved in my sleep. Whoops. Just eat the food. I'm surprised I actually have any left. I'll leave that as is. But I could afford Microsoft Office. Barely. Shit's like $2,000 a year. It isn't, but might as fucking well be. How are my parsnips doing? Those ones are mature, but since I do not think that hares will go after wild crops, which is weird, you would think that wild crops would be more of their target. Alright. It's none of these. Whoop. It's none of these. Where'd that oak tree go? A lot of walnut trees, which I like. In fact, it's late enough that some of these walnut trees are probably the ones I planted. Because I planted those first thing. True. Surely I've still got a .edu email. I just don't remember what it is. And the cornflower is kind of pretty. My two favorite flowers in this game are Heather, though, Heather and Catmint. The Catmint is like a tall purple flower, and Heather is like a short purple flower. Despite looking pretty damn purple, cornflower is actually a shade of blue. Are you up here, bees? Perhaps I was hearing things. Although it is only 6 in the morning. I don't know when bees wake up. Do bees set alarms? We asked an expert, and the expert said, "What are you doing in my living room?" But no, Microsoft definitely does have a monopoly on Word documents. There are competitors, but I swear they're just like not allowed to be as good. Microsoft would show up and break their kneecaps. Am I out of sticks? Oh yeah, I turned them all into flags. Maybe there was never a beehive in here. Oak leaves, branchy oak leaves. Oak log with spotty moss. I would know if I already broke the hive. I'm confident there was a hive in here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Maybe I was losing my mind. It's not impossible. Whatever, there's another beehive around. Although there probably are bees there. Oh, they're just sleeping. She'll wake the baby. Well, you're a pretty bird. At some point I'm going to have to grab like a hen. Does not matter what species. Obviously the more hens I have, the more eggs I'll get. And with there being not that many hens around, I should probably also grab the cock. No, I'm not going to word that differently. Perhaps... Oh, hey look! Some will-o'-the-wisps. Bye. And perhaps I should have marked the bees on the map. They're not over here. They were definitely over here. Where are the wisps are going? Let's go chase them. Lead me to bees, wisps. Why are there drifters in the forest? I guess rift activity is medium. Oh, some more catmint. Hello? Are there bees in here, or was I losing my mind? Make sure I'm not still muted. Doing that twice in one stream would be awfully embarrassing. No, I'm good. Doo-doo. It's 8 in the morning, so surely bees would be active if they were in here. So either this is somehow not the oak tree I was near yesterday, or I just straight up hallucinated the sound of bees. I'm gonna look around. Surely it's not too hot for bees. Are they in this one? I'm not the biggest fan of honey, but it is used in a lot of stuff, including ancient food preservation. Are you familiar with the, I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically where they, like, take a person, usually near death, and then just have them eat nothing but honey. Until eventually that person dies of malnutrition from only eating honey, and then their body is dissolved in honey. And then people eat that. I think it's called, like, mellified man or something. It is an actual thing. And they should add it to Vintage Story. There's the hive. Hive spotted. It is pretty damn high up. It's never stopped me before. Go ahead and go one more up. Boop-a-doo. Fuck. Whatever. Gotta build ladders up here anyway. Boo. There is a cannibalism mod, actually. I wouldn't install it, because murdering traders is silly and makes me feel bad. But honestly, since my character's in a volley, it wouldn't even be cannibalism if I did it. Not to mention I'm just a silly bird, so even if it was cannibalism, like chickens will eat other chickens. I saw this one person feeding chicken nuggets to a chicken, and everyone's like, that's fucked up. And it's like, well, first of all, like, the chicken doesn't know that it's eating other chickens. And second of all, even if, like, the chicken knew it was eating other chickens, it would totally fucking do it. That's what they do, baby. I personally don't eat chicken. It's like a really bland meat. And also, chickens are cute, so I really don't eat them for the same reason you wouldn't eat a house cat. That being said, I don't know if house cat meat is bland, but also, like, who would eat it? Leave it alone. It's just a little baby. Did I put the skep away for some reason? Why would I do that? Not surprised I did that, but why would I do that? Are you white currant bushes? Yeah, I should plant those. Alright, hopefully I can see the weird dirt platform floating in the sky, and I don't lose that beehive for a fourth time. Well, yeah, to be fair, chickens can be jerks, but that's just kind of like a bird thing. I love birds, but let me be like the second or third person to say that birds are assholes. And the worst part about birds being assholes is that a lot of them are smart enough that they know they're being assholes. And kind of like how when a shark accidentally kills a human, or does something, like, really, you know, rude. It's like, oh, well, it's a shark, it doesn't know any better. In fact, usually when a shark bites a person, and it's fatal, and it's usually not fatal, it's just because they were just checking you out. Trying to make sure you're not a seal. And as soon as they confirm you're not a seal, they're probably not interested. And if, unfortunately, you've already lost a limb or two in that process, well, shit happens. Where's my skip? I should really put this away. Boom. Alright, Skep, let's go on a journey. What are you doing, Skep, brother? My apologies. I don't know why I said that. I might be a tiny bit tired. Oh yeah, bees are great. I love bees. I used to hang out with them on my lunch break. Well, people will make fun of you for being that weirdo who sits out in the field hanging out with the bees. But the bees won't bother you. And jerks tend to be afraid of bees for some reason. Fuck, here's a much closer hive. Put that there. Let's go ahead and surround it with flowers. There's no reason why I can't also find where the other one is. I need to put a skep near it. The more the merrier. But I was joking when I said hopefully I don't lose this hive for a third time. Considering the fact that it's on a really awkward looking floating platform of dirt. Actually, you know what? I am no longer taking any chances with my own stupidity. Let's mark this fucker on the map. Bees. Save it. Let's go make another skip and set it up. Oh yeah, bees are one of those creatures, kind of like ants, where like, I like how industrial they are. Like, not only are they really important parts of the ecosystem, but like, they're just kind of fun to watch. I kind of wish mosquitoes didn't carry so many fucking diseases, because they're also fascinating creatures. And honestly, mosquitoes are pollinators, like very important pollinators, in the parts of the world that they're abundant. It's only some mosquitoes, and even then it's only the females, that actually need to drink blood. And they really only do it so that their body has the nutrients to produce eggs. But mosquitoes are constantly flying around carrying diseases, like malaria and the Zika virus, which is not their fault. Although I do think that even if they weren't doing that, people would dislike them because of the itch. But to be fair, being itchy does kind of suck. But does it suck enough that some people try to justify, you know, mosquitoes not existing? I would say no. Boom. Well, like, even the ones that do drink blood and carry diseases, you would not want to go extinct, because they are very important pollinators. I'm sure something else could fill its place, but not easily. Like, you don't want to mess up ecosystems too much. Because, like, there's a very fine line between, it's like, oh, you know, we eradicated malaria in this area. And it's like, oh, by the way, beetroots just aren't a fucking thing anymore. I don't think mosquitoes pollinate beetroot, but my point stands. It's like, oh yeah, this staple food, it doesn't exist anymore. We killed the mosquitoes. I'm gonna smack you there, and let's surround you with flowers. Why can't I put flowers there? Probably because I had my knife selected. That might make it harder. Alright. Nearby flowers. That can take a second to update. Actually, it can take as many as 2 in-game days. Well, yeah, but a lot of animals that drink blood don't strictly drink human blood. Humans are just kind of everywhere and really convenient. And, like, obviously mosquitoes, like, that feed on cattle and stuff. Oh, it's like a tiny bit mean to the cattle. But really good chance those mosquitoes are, like, an important part of the ecosystem. I just wish they didn't carry disease. Problem with mosquitoes is that they tend to carry the bloodborne diseases, and those tend to be, like, the worst diseases. So life is not easy for a mosquito. Oh damn, look how too close look how close together these two hives are. Let's see here. We'll swarm in approximately 7 days. Well, they'll swarm faster if I put more flowers around. And I probably will. What time is it? Palion Kokelo on. It's 8. I'll probably stream for another hour, which will put me at about 4 hours. About. Not quite. Actually, I don't think I went live until almost 6. Which sucks, because I spent the entire time being like, I should go live. And we're just kind of sitting here, decomposing. Rup-a-po. Well, yeah. If mosquitoes weren't an important part of the ecosystems that they were in, I'm sure having something that serves that role that doesn't have to drink blood would be ideal. Unfortunately, this is the reality in which we live. Oh, sweet. I'm only almost out of stew. I think what it is that the last several times that I made stew, I only made 4 servings. Where's my clay? It's on me. Good. Alright, have a good one, Vicar. If you eat quickly, I'll probably still be here. Gotta eat fast. Sonic. How many times have I said that I need to plant these, and then I didn't? Let's go do that now. Because I will just kind of keep forgetting until the end of the world. Alright. How do you say goodbye in Finnish? I can't remember, which is unfortunate. Hey is bye-bye. That probably works. Not hey like H-E-Y, but H-E-I-H-E-I. Hey. Some Sims-ass behavior. Anybody here want to learn Finnish with me? It's easier to learn a language if you're doing it in a group. Look at my peanuts! It would be cool if a butchering mod, since it does allow you to collect blood, would let you make blood meal. I can words good. The main nutrient provided by blood meal is nitrogen, and to be fair, compost adds a shit ton of nitrogen. No, but compost also takes 4 fucking ever to make. So if blood meal was like a weaker but easier to make quickly alternative to compost, it would give you something else to make with blood. I primarily just need blood for, like, muffins and shit. That's alright, I plan on making blood muffins. Boo. Can also make blood dumplings. Honestly, blood dumplings are probably better. And for the sheer fact that they can be made into a stew. Oh, sweet, netherite. And a runic scroll 3. What are you? Camerite. Oh, that's tier 3 Arcanum substitute. I doubt I'll get enough of those to do anything cool. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, I do so much cooking and then so little eating, at least on the server that I used to play on, that we ended up with a lot of rot as well. But Rustbound Magic would at least give you more to do with that rot. Look at my baby girl. Is pregnant. I'm going to be a grand aunt, or great aunt, whatever. Yes, that's not how that works. But I also am not, like, blood related to these cows. You know what I did? Is that I wandered off to collect more red clay. And then I didn't actually collect any of it. Let's go ahead and correct that. Yoink. I don't want to destroy this whole hillside, since my cows are using it. Gregnant. Hope to you. I don't bring it up too often, but I am non-binary. However, even though aunt is a gendered word, it is one I've arbitrarily decided is okay. Same with Lord. In Dark Souls 3, they call you the Lord of Hollows, whether your character is male or female. Although Lady of Hollows does also have a pretty good ring to it. You know what, I'm going to make a watering can. I don't need to. But for the crops that don't have furrow irrigation, it would be good. Actually, all of my crops have furrow irrigation. What am I doing? No, only almost all of them. Yes, I'll make this one. If anything else, just having the watering can will make me look like a better farmer. Boom-a-doo. Boop-a-doo. Oh, gotta get this side as well. Boom-a-doom. Honestly, watering the crops is better for them than, like, basic irrigation. The primitive survival irrigation is better, but just like normal irrigation, keeping the crops next to a source of water only gets it up to like 75% somehow. And the YouTuber that got me into this game, Cortazar, however you pronounce it, it's Cortazar, recently made a YouTube short where he planted some carrots under the water. And it's like, oh shit, it's not hydrated. I gotta hydrate my underwater carrots. Which is funny. I wouldn't grow carrots underwater. That seems kind of silly. But it would be cool if you had to grow rice underwater. Like, it would be more accurate. Like, inside of a proper rice paddy. It would make it to where, like, you could really only grow rice paddies. Or only grow rice in the paddy. But I don't see that as a bad change. Like, more highly specific land is a good thing. Huh. Can I not use red clay for this? Cooking pot, cooking pot. Raw clay bottle, cauldron, planter, bowl. I'm not seeing it. Did I accidentally remove the mod? Beehive kiln. Surely I didn't remove the mod. Clay, what is it called? There is a clay thing you can make for keeping bees. What is it fucking called? Oh, the fact that I can't find it means that maybe I did accidentally uninstall the mod. Actually, if I just search from golden combs. Harvesting seeds, expanded. Huh. Did I remove the mod? Why would I do that? This is going to require a full restart. Give me a second. We'll just pretend we're having technical difficulties. Save and leave world. I'm going to have to fully close out the game, otherwise that's how you trigger the... Oh, no mind. It's like, did it crash? Make sure y'all can't see nothing. Not that I'm hiding anything. I'm just hiding everything. Don't want you to see the weird shit I get into. From Golden Combs Vintage Store, eh? Why? It was just fucking there. There we go. In my effort to be lazy and not fully type it out, I created more work for myself. Whew. Oh, download the mod. Pretty sure I already had it downloaded. Although I guess I did remove it. Maybe I removed it when I was trying to find out. Oh yeah, so check out my worlds. I've got streaming too. Water World Land. Serene Super Flatlands. Clearly didn't make that myself. I've got streaming. Storyteller WMD's Super Flatlands. Didn't make that. I didn't make this. Did make this. In fact, this is my old streaming world. If I tried to get in there, it would probably screw me over. So, like, this is the first one I was streaming. And then I started this. Fucked it up royally and then started this one. Water World Land. Big fan of Water World Land. I had a world named Carcosa, but I guess I deleted that. Carcosa being what I also named my Animal Crossing village, or island. It's named after an inhabitant of Carcosa by Ambrose Bierce. Not The King in Yellow by Robert Chambers. Although Robert Chambers did get the name Carcosa from the same place I did. All of the actually decent Lovecraftian horror, which is the Lovecraftian horror not written by Lovecraft. It's got a very interesting family tree. It's more of a tumbleweed. Everybody was borrowing from everyone else. But also, Ambrose Bierce inspired Lovecraft. So Ambrose was not only doing Lovecraftian horror first, he was doing it better. And yet, it ended up being named after Lovecraft. Although you can't really argue that anybody was more or less racist at the time. I don't think it's possible to be more racist than Lovecraft. Maybe you can't use red clay. Guides. Harvesting seeds, butchering info. I'm not going to add any, but let me just go into game mode. See. Primitive survival. I have a lot of fucking mods. From Golden Combs. What's it called? Oh damn, has it been removed? No, it hasn't. Ceramic honeypot. Yeah, why is that not coming up? Yes, let's go ahead and search up a hive. Go back to everything. Aged, blah 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 blah. Let's see here, raw ceramic hive. Beehive kiln, clay forming, it requires 22 blue clay. Or 22 red clay. Ooh, ceramic brood pot. This is the foundation of a hive from clay pots and can only be crafted in an carried in an empty bag slot. Interact with it using a populated skep to fill it with a bee colony and then place a honey pot on top of it. What? Oh, here we go. Were those there the whole time? I am definitely losing my mind, but I swear they weren't. Oh, let's craft them. I need 2 of each. I swear I scrolled over everything. Those can't have been there earlier. But if they were, what the fuck, me? Like, I'm unobservant, but that's just a whole nother level. I'm confident those weren't there before, but if they were, and I just missed them, I also wouldn't be surprised. I'm just gonna work under the assumption that they weren't. Nobody go back and check. They were there the whole time. I mean, they weren't there the whole time. Like, I'm definitely stupid. I just don't feel like I'm that stupid. But now, I can't be entirely sure. I guess to be completely sure, I could have checked by going into creative mode like I did this time. Boom ba-doom. Yeah, I can still hear wolves out there howling, but I've not seen a single wolf in the area. Boom. I don't like how shaped it is. Alright, so that one is the honey pot. I need the hive as well. Now the way these work is that the honey, or the hive, is placed on the ground, and then you put the bees in it, and then the honey pot is kept on top of the hive. And then as soon as it's ready to harvest, you just take the honey pot off, scrape the hive, or the beeswax and stuff out, and then you can just put the honey pot right back on. It's not nearly as good as making a proper apiary. However, it is way better than the vanilla skep system. I should get a pottery wheel. Fucking hell. Pottery wheel mod. I went live late, so I'll continue streaming for a good bit Or at least a bit longer. But hooey if my brain is not weirdly fucky. Just doesn't work. I've got like 4 brain cells and none of them are working. I'm firing on no cylinders. It's like now we're cooking with gas, but instead of gas, we're like cooking with lactic acid. I just wanted to say lactic, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like this. Probably because I'm stupid. I wonder how that person who asked me to stop saying self-deprecating shit is doing. I'm sure they're fine. Alright. Good to have no inventory space. Let's go ahead and lean this against the wall. Grab you. I do need to make 1 more of each, but I can get these started at least. Whoops. It's heavily leaded. Now we're cooking with diesel. Alright, let me grab my... What the fuck? Let me grab my grass. Fuck, I'm gonna need more grass. I'll get the 2 things I care more about started. Hopefully I have enough grass. Wait. Sweet, enough grass. Can still hear wolves howling in the distance. Whoops. I'm nothing if not patient, but I wonder if I shouldn't go find peat. Using firewood all the time is a couple hours slower than using peat, and significantly slower than just using brown coal. I have a lot of brown coal, but brown coal is called lignite. And lignite just sounds like a setup for a bad joke, so I try to ignore it. It's like, oh yeah, there's medium amounts of lignite in granite. It's like, I'm not falling for that again. And then they're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, the lignite joke. You won't get me with that 4 times. I'm immune. Alright, let's go ahead and eep. I like to eep apples and paninis. Does it make sense? Whatever happened to the Wiggles? Didn't one of them kill a guy, or am I confusing the Wiggles with the Power Rangers? I always wake up in that hole. Well, I slept for a whole 9 hours and my pottery's not done yet. I'm actually going to ignore these. They grow in way too fast. I can't harvest them 70,000 times a stream. I'll harvest them between streams. And then, if there is demand for it, I'll harvest them once on stream. Oh, sweet. A liter of rot. I gotta keep better track of my fish. They're like the only source of protein I've got currently. So if I don't babysit them, I won't have any protein. And as a Navali, I gotta eat the meat. There is no Arby's. It's up to me. How you? Not all right, let's go. Oh, and my paper is done. I don't have a sieve. I should fix that. Let's go ahead and cut up my fish. Do. Where's my knife? Oh yeah, I keep putting them down. I do actually know where my knife is. But putting stuff down in weird places is going to just get everything lost. Boom, ba-doo, boom, 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 boom. Oh, sweet. They're not ovulated. Right, let's go ahead and eat these raw. Might as well. And put my fish in here. Boom. Arby's in vintage toy. As weird as this sounds, Killing animals in games also makes me kind of feel bad. I think I brought it up before. When I was younger, one of the few PlayStation 1, I want to say, games that I had was called Norns, Creatures in Space. And so basically you're playing as like this weird floating pixie fucking thing. And your job is to take care of these little space aliens called Norns. But you also have the ability to punish them if they're misbehaving. And I decided to see if I could kill one if I punished it enough times. And the answer is yes. But having murdered this defenseless creature that relies on me for basically everything, I felt bad for like a week. And that was so many years ago, but I still bring it up. So surely it still haunts me at least a tiny bit, as irrational as that is. But there's a reason that even when I do actually have, like, livestock, I tend to stick mostly to fish. And fish do feel pain. But, like, they're also delicious, so... My apologies, fish. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going to have to, at some point, see if A, clutter does end up in the furrows, under the fences, and B, if clutter does end up in the furrows under the fences, if I'm able to, like, actually pick it up. For obvious reasons, if I can't, that's really bad. I mean, I would just have to break the fence every time, but that sounds like a pain in the ass in its own way. Ain't nobody wants to do that. Alright. How are my other crops doing? Pretty sure I'm gonna get a harvest of peanuts soon. My rice and my carrots have got a decent amount of way to go. Oh, my potatoes. My pineapples have a long way to go. I do need to plant some potatoes, since they're good for, like, long-term food storage. In fact, the mod that adds potatoes is called Long-Term Foods, which perhaps hints to the relationship between potatoes and food preservation. I then need to stop rolling my R's or roll them better. I can actually tell whether or not I'm doing my Finnish audio lessons. If I am being a good NB and doing my Finnish audio lessons, I will be rolling a lot more of my R's. Might as well sieve. There we go. Whole bowl. Fuck. Requires more fucking flax twine than I have. There we go. I should also sweat a tiny bit less. We're all adults here. But also, I'm like barely monetized. I don't want YouTube demonetizing me. You know what? I didn't grab our planks. Also, apparently I've got some onions seeds sitting in my pocket. Probably wasting space. Alright. Boom. Let's go and smack this over here. I can actually keep this in the water. No reason to do that, but it looks silly. And I'm a fan of silly. Let's go ahead and... I wish I could stack dry grass on the ground. Dry grass. More dry grass. For some reason thought I was out of dry grass. Goes to show what I know, which is nothing. There we go. If I saw that in there, I would be firing my watering can already. That'll just have to be part of the next batch. Rice, onions, sunflowers, whatever the fuck that shit is. Put that in there as well. Netherite, which is the stone I plan on actually building my kitchen out of. Not like the whole kitchen, mind, but stuff like the decorative onions. Ovens. Holy shit. I'm starting to think that I am dying and should go to bed sooner than later. Yoink. Let's go and grab. These. Boom, ba-doom. Made 4 parchment. Boom. Alright. So it's 5 liters per. Let's go ahead and fill this up completely as well. I don't know what I'm doing, that's full. How much lime do I need for 5 liters of lime water? Whoops. Lime water is? Oh, just 1. Alright. That's easy peasy. Easy breezy beautiful cover squirrel. Oh, come on. Can't I do shit without being bothered? I'm just trying to get to the point that I can start cultivating mushrooms. And the game was like, fuck you and your productivity, dog. I cannot stress enough how tempted I am to just tear a big-ass hole in that wall for some lime. Don't have to. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Oh, sweet, some flint. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. I hate when you go to bed, like, tired, but you wake up somehow more tired. It's like, wow, I actually got more than 3 hours of sleep for once. Sleep is a scam. I should also conjure an axe. Probably going to have to fight off that sentinel, or sentry. Sentinels are an enemy within the game. But they're not, like, actually in the mod yet. Or if they are, they're nowhere I've ever seen them. Whoops, put that there. Get this back out. There we go. Oh, I gotta take my shit out. Boo-doo-doo. I'm gonna grind a bunch of this stuff. Probably not going to actually have mushrooms cultivating until next stream. But we can get started now. I don't think it's a good idea to craft the grain pouch until you're actually ready to do that. But I'll get the ingredients for it set to the side. And then either this stream or between streams, I'll get the spores. Stop eating the fucking grain. Or it's not grain, that's breadcrumbs. I'm going to have to make more breadcrumbs as well. Not like when I'm done streaming now. It's important stuff that does need to be done. But I does need to go to bed. So that's like a later task. Either it'll happen early next stream, or between. I might make the paper. I don't know how long collecting the spores actually takes. I think it's instant. I don't know, we'll find out. Well, on a more serious note, I do hope. Well, A, I don't. I'd rather there not be like an afterlife. I've lived a good life, and am continuing to live an alright one. The last thing I would want is to die and then just find out that there's more. Like, fucker, just let me sleep. You know what I mean? But if there is an afterlife, and if I'm going to be sent to a hell I don't believe in, at least let it be cold. Come on, cold hell, cold hell, cold hell. Grind faster. I do have to make 40 now that I found more parchment. Do I need parchment to make caramel? I can't remember. Apparently I need parchment to make cocaine. Let's see here, it's an ingredient for fruit mix, yes. So I can't actually, no, you know what? I'm going to turn all 8 of these into mushroom paper. I don't need 8 mushroom paper, at least not immediately. But paper doesn't take that long to make, and by the time I'm able to make caramel, Like, I'll have a bunch more paper. Because caramel is actually pretty damn strong. It does not go bad. It just requires 6 fruit, which can be berries, a bit of honey, a piece of parchment, and a knife. Whoop. What to do? One moment. I think I accidentally moved YouTube chat. Wait. This is as good as cocaine. It's basically the same. And that is fair. Caramel is good, like, satiety, and it stays, like, fresh forever in storage. But fun fact, I just don't like caramel IRL. I'm not nearly as big on sweets as I used to be. But caramel is just like burnt sugar. I was never a fan. Not really. That is caramel that's got a tiny bit more going on than just being burnt sugar. Slap you in there. Nope. Gonna add 2 more liters of water. Whoop-oo. There we go. 40 liters of lime water. Gotta seal these in. Boom. There we go. I'm excited. So basically, what is it called? Is it just called a grain pouch? I don't think it is. But I can find it by clicking on this. It's an ingredient for... Well, there's growing beds, which are for mushrooms that grow on the ground. But there's fruiting bags, which just require 5 grain, 5 grass, and then 7 flax twine. And you get a good amount of mushrooms for them too, at least as long as you're on top of it. If the fruiting bag already has 4 mushrooms on the side, you're basically just wasting fertility or whatever the fuck it's called. It is from a mod called Substrate, which was actually made by the same person who made long-term foods. So it being a tiny bit overpowered kind of makes sense. It was a mod made by the same person who made the overpowered long-term food storage stuff. But also, like, just because something's overpowered doesn't mean it's bad. It's a ton of work. And especially if you're playing on a server, you want food that will just never go bad. Because some nerd's gonna go AFK with it. And then suddenly not have food for the rest of the year. Meanwhile, it's like, hey, can somebody spot me? All my cabbages died. And all of my food's turned to rot. Somebody can be like, yeah, no problem, buddy. I've got a bunch of pemmican packaged for exactly this kind of purpose. Like, the amount of length of time that it stays fresh is kind of absurd, unless you look at it from the view of somebody who's, like, helping a buddy out. Because they accidentally let all their shit spoil between play sessions. Because if somebody's on the server, time is moving whether you're there or not. It's like you can plant your crops, and it's like, oh, I'll be able to get it tomorrow. But, like, let's just say somebody accidentally AFKs, so the server's been running all night. All your shit's dead. Which is not ideal. But it happens. Hello! I don't know how to read your name, my apologies. Quattadog? Oh, you're a bot. I was so busy trying to read your name, I didn't notice your message. Whoop-a-boo. Let's go and smack 6 in there. Boom. It's not very good. In fact, this is the soup I made 3 times now. But for what it is, it ain't bad. Boom. Hell, there's a good chance we're just going to pick up right where we left off. Which means that these won't be ready by the next stream. Because they're going to take 24 hours to make. And then they have to dry. Which I don't know how long that takes. Let me see here. Mush. Nope. Mushroom basket. And spore print. Let's go. Prepared spore paper is drying, but it doesn't say how long that takes. Maybe this will tell me how long it takes. Oh, after 8 hours. So that won't actually take that long. So we'll probably be ready to start growing mushrooms by the time I go live again. I have work tonight. So while I do have to end the stream in a couple of minutes, I'll probably, while waiting for like food I can't afford to DoorDash, but I'm going to DoorDash anyway, I'll probably just continue playing, collect some fish so I don't starve, and then wait for those to do their thing. And then next stream we can start mushroom cultivation. I wish I knew where that black trumpet was. It would have rotted well before I was actually ready for it. But that does not mean we can't go on an adventure looking for more. There are several different mushrooms which can spawn, which means I'm unlikely to find the black trumpet without a good bit of difficulty. But the odds of me finding no more black trumpet are pretty low. The mushroom spawns in this game are not random, even though they kind of feel like they are. Now, I would be really thrilled to get like a server up and running, because all I like to do, it's probably obvious, is that I enjoy like cultivating and preparing food. So if I could have somebody who helps me like focus on mining, that would be sweet. If we could have like a builder build like one hell of a cool kitchen, that would obviously be epic. And then of course when I'm not growing crops, I'm more than willing to help with stuff like collecting firewood in large amounts. Going to require charcoal pits. Let's go and check out my furrows. I shouldn't wander off too far, because I do still need to eat, like in-game and in real life. Wandering off in the game will not affect, or help me with food IRL. Alright. I do gotta pay special attention to the furrows under the fence, because I need to see if they do fill with gunk. I've not seen an example of them doing so yet, but surely they do, right? Otherwise, if the gunk really bothers you, covering them with fences would be like a really expensive way to stop that from happening. Although the gunk is pretty good for collecting stuff like rot. So I don't know, you would do that. But like if you really wanted to, it wouldn't be hard, is all I'm getting at. Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse. What the fuck was that, me? I mean, I know what that was, but why did I say that? Where'd that come from? I'm just being a goofball, I suppose. I'm getting more tired and increasingly hungry. It would be cheaper to order a pizza than it would be to DoorDash food. But if I was going to order pizza, I would have to wait like a whole nother hour. Whereas if I was going to DoorDash food, it would be more expensive for a meal that does not go nearly as far, but I would not need to wait. I suppose I could also just make some frozen cheese sticks. I've got those sitting in the freezer, waiting for me to heat them up and eat them. It is better to eat food that I've already got, but also, like, I'm not about to pretend that frozen cheese sticks are a meal by themselves, even though I plan on treating them like they are. It is a lot of waiting around, but I just really like growing shit in this game. Like, look at all this future food. Actually, a lot of that's flax, but that's future animal food. I think the reason I planted so much flax is that I did not want to abuse the rift bloom. But here we are. Abusing Rift Bloom. How you doing, little buddy? How about you? How have you not given birth yet? It's been like a day and a half. Pat, pat. Nope, can't make you through the fence. Also, I'm joking. It takes longer than a day and a half to give birth. Oh. I didn't know there were bears in the area. In the Beria. Hey bear, what's your Beria code? Alright, didn't follow me. I really want to find some black trumpet. It's a really nice looking mushroom. Alright, it just looks pretty goth. Here, let me... Yeah, look at how goth this mushroom is. I was going to grow black trumpets and white oyster mushrooms. Kind of like how I'm growing black currants and white currants primarily. Just black and white. Ebony and ivory. Something about getting along in perfect harmony. I'm also growing blueberries, but I was for some reason under the impression that blueberries were better than the other fruit. They're not. I don't know where I got that impression from. But I do fuck with blueberries IRL. They're kind of delicious. I've never had a black currant, but I have been told they're really healthy. Something about a lot of vitamin C. So we'll just pretend that's why I'm growing them in the game. Well, the rhyme and reason is for nerds. I should probably have a reason for doing everything I do. But, like, I'm really dumb and weirdly impulsive. I mean, a lot of blueberries can be sour. But, like, A, not only do I not mind the sour ones, but B, most of them aren't sour, usually. At least if they're actually ripe. Like the big, deep blue, purpley ones. Those ones are very rarely actually sour. The smaller ones usually will be, but that's just because they're not ready. The problem with eating grown food, though, is that there is some inconsistency in them. Oh, black currants. I'll have to try black currants. I've only ever seen them in, like, vitamin C gummy form. Which is probably not, you know, faithful to the flavor of black currants. It's the honey pot. That's not done. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make somewhere to keep bees. Oh, but it's kind of neat. So I played around with this in creative. Basically, you put the bees in the hive part, and then they basically just build their honey in here. And then you take it out when it's full, scrape it out with a knife, pick it back up, slap it back on. Instead of having to build a new skep every time. To the flavor lore. To the window. To the wall. It's not an appropriate song. To the sweat drips down my... Have you heard the acoustic cover of that song? It sounds like something Jason Mraz would do, but it was not Jason Mraz. Although not a lot of people remember Jason Mraz. He was, like, really popular for, like, 4 months. Maybe longer, I wasn't paying attention. My ex, and I've got, like, 2 or 3 of those, despite the fact that I'm Erois, because I'm also stupid and Cupid romantic. Assuming Cupid romantic exists. Cupid romantic. Obviously, I'm not attacking anybody who identifies as Cupid romantic. I just said that I myself probably am. Anyway, my first ex was, like, fucking obsessed with Jason Mraz. I didn't have a car at the time, still don't. And if she was driving, and if it was like the 2 of us together, she was driving, there would never be anything playing in that car that was not Jason Mraz. With the exception of that one convoy song. Worms? Probably not. Alright, yeah, probably no worms. I should stop touching them, because it will take longer then for the worms to generate under the other ones. So much I want to do, so much I want to see. Oh, so another thing added by From Golden Combs, which you'd think would be some kind of motivation to, like, keep the bees near my crops. Something added by From Golden Combs is that certain crops, specifically those that develop flowers, will grow faster in certain stages. Because, like, you know, it could be assumed that the bees are fertilizing the crops with flowers on them. Although, even though onions are flowering crops, I don't know if onions are one of them. Surely they are. And potatoes, if you've ever actually grown those, are also flowering crops. But potatoes are added by a mod, and I do not know if they're compatible. But it would be really cool if they were. Imagine, like, just having a field of potatoes and bee houses. It's like, yeah, these are our bees. They fertilize our potatoes. I don't know if it would make sense for having the bees fertilize the crops for them to grow faster. Maybe a tiny bit. But I think a cooler effect of having bees near crops that actually grow flowers is that when you harvest them, you get additional seeds. Like, make it easier to expand your crop fields, but only if you're willing to put in the work to have, like, bees. And obviously, crops that don't have bees fertilizing them would still drop seeds, just not nearly as many. And that's how I would do it, but I am a crazy person. Honestly, the fact that I have, like, independent thought and belief is proof that there is not a loving God. I was put on this earth to torment people. That's not true. I don't know what the hell I'm on about. Honestly, I'm just hungry and tired. And this is what that looks like. I often joke about being a crazy person, but I'm pretty confident that I'm actually at least a tiny bit crazy. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be easy to do, but if you would be the first person to do it, your mod would become that much more popular. There are mods similar to Expanded Foods that make cooking more interesting, but Expanded Foods did it, like, first and quite a bit better. It's been a while since I've seen it, but there are actually people who do not like that Expanded Foods has got something of a stranglehold on the cooking scene. And it's like, if I was working on a cooking mod, and then there was just, like, one that everybody loved so much more, that it's, like, impossible to get your foot in the door, I could see that being really annoying. However, Expanded Foods does what it does really well. I wish there weren't so many corpses just sitting on the ground. Like, get a hobby. Stop using knives to cut grass. Come on. Oh, I have no room. Unsurprising. I was like, close and open my inventory 4 times. Put that there. I have yet to find catmint, which is unfortunate. But I found a bunch of heather. Alright. Oh, I know what I did with my fences. I burned them. I only had 3 left. I'm not surprised I did that, but I'm a tiny bit annoyed that I did that. Doesn't surprise me in the least. Alright, so here would be the bee house, or the ceramic thing. And then it would go catmint, heather, fence. And then catmint, heather. No, heather, catmint, catmint, heather, catmint. What? My brain is not letting me do what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to set up a space for my bees as soon as I have more of them. But I am not doing a good job of that. My brain is like, oh, you're trying to do not even math, but like planning stuff out. Go fuck yourself. Fishmint. I would grow a plant called a fishmint just because. I've actually never seen growing catnip in real life. But I wonder if catnip, like the flower, isn't called fishmint. No, catmint. Oh, what am I doing? I want those there. I've also trapped myself now. I shouldn't have jumped in. This is how we die. Let me out. Let me out. Almost. 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 Alright. I do wonder why it's so hard to get out. Also, why can't I pick that up? There we go. Low fertility, medium. Before I do that again, I should go find that hoe. Because hares can get in there. Which is why I started breaking it. And then I'm like, oh shit, I don't want to do that. Yo, where's that hoe? There it is. Yep, this is my hoe. Would it be funny or annoying to some people if the first iron tool that I made was an iron hoe? Do you do a weird thing where you are looking when you're in water? I'm not entirely sure what is causing it, but for some reason, I cannot get out of moving water. Just like a small bird. I do like how I went through all the trouble of making gates. And to be fair, I already made the gate before I was like, wait a minute, I can just jump over fences. But also, we want the farms to be accessible by other players, in case I can't get on. Wouldn't want the crops to die, just because I'm not available to harvest them. Although I do have an overpowered perk that we will eventually be able to get a good look at. If I go into traits, I've got Farmer, which is plus 30% extra produce when harvesting planted crops. That sounds a little bit overpowered, but I do deserve it as a treat. Just gonna put you here, there. Alright, so that's going to be one flower, and then the other one, then the other one, then the one flower, and then the other one goes here. Boom. And then one flower, fence. Yeah, it's not too bad. So it's the one flower, other flower, one flower here. And then I just gotta line these two up. Easy peasy. No, not there. Like, this is the easiest thing in the world. Meanwhile, I'm doing it wrong. I'm gonna break this. Hopefully I can break this. Get out of my fucking floor. It would be funny if that was there permanently. I mean, even if I, for some reason, genuinely could not remove that, I would just do it in creative mode. Let's try a pickaxe. I should also be taking better care of my fish. Alright. Grab my wand. My wand. There it is. Sorry, it's not a wand. It's a staff. There we go. Very different pieces of kit. Alright, good. Oh, can only stack 12 rot in one pack. Or pile. That's good to know. And knowing is half the battle. We're just gonna go ahead and throw it there. Surely it'll despawn after being on the ground for a while. At which point it's not my problem anymore. Right, let's go ahead and check my fish. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's already 9. My bank account would probably appreciate it if I don't order a pizza. So I should probably just stop streaming and then make the cheese sticks. Mozzarella cheese sticks are good. They're not exactly a round meal. Meanwhile, pizza is a very round meal. Well, some pizza is rectangle. Some pizza is deep dish, which is usually rectangle, but I've seen it circular deep dish as well. Actually, I think that classically deep dish pizza is supposed to be circular, maybe? I don't know. What do I look like to you in Italian? I don't think deep dish pizza's a product of Italy. It's all Chicago right there. I do actually like Chicago style pizza though. Like, it's a pretty cheap trick making the pizza mostly crust, or at least a lot of crust, thick crust. But it do fill you up. And oftentimes, that's what you want. Is to just be full. I wonder where I'm going to find catmint. If I can find enough of it, I can probably use corn flour. I just like how catmint looks. Doo-doo-doo. Could you imagine, like, an entire cast iron pot? Well, I guess cast iron pots can be any size. Could you imagine, like, an entire cauldron of deep dish pizza? I'd eat it. I'm like, oh, what's in the cauldron? It's like, oh, you know, my witch's brew. And then they go to open it and I'm like, hey, don't fuck up my pizza. Hello there, chicken. It's like, oh, what are you making there? It's like, oh, you know, 70 servings of deep dish pizza. Oh, wait, this is catmint. So it's heather I was mixing up multiple times. Heather is the short one. I wonder if the game will tell me where to find heather. What if it's pronounced heather? But also, no. It's not really giving me an idea as to where to find it. So it probably is relatively random. It's been less than an in-game day. Are you ready to swarm yet? So we'll swarm in approximately 5 days. That's what it said less than a day ago. Alright, let's go and also check on the other one. Yeah. I haven't done it in a while. But I used to get entire family-sized lasagnas. And I would eat the entire thing in one sitting. And I'm like, I'm something of a family of one. Ooh, sunflowers. I tend to not spend a lot of time near the equator, so getting actually fully grown sunflowers looks so strange to me. Now, what are you, brown coal bits? I'm not falling for that. I picked that up and the game was like, hey, there's lignite down here. I'm like, what? Oh, pink bonnet. I think I knew that was there. Well, pink bonnet's a cute little mushroom. Oh, there's also a good amount of blackcurrant. And more catmint. It's not heather, which is what I want. Honestly, for visibility, I should probably use corn flour anyway, if I can find enough of it. It's already looking like I'm going to have enough catmint for what I'm doing. Also, I do think I've already fucked up my layout. It's much wider than it should be. I forgot I don't have like 2 layers of catmint in between. But that's not a hard fix. It would be a lot harder fix if I already had bees in all the skips. Wonder where that bear went. There was a bear that wanted to be dead. Doo-doo. Okay, I've got more than enough catmint. Which means finding enough heather or cornflower is going to be the challenge. Although just because I've got a usual layout for like a 4x4, or not 4x4, a 4 beehive enclosure, I guess I could use these, although they do stick up quite a bit. More catmint. If catmint wasn't so tall, I could easily use it for all of my flower purposes rather comfortably. Oh, more blackcurrant. You know what I might do next stream, or at least the one after that, is I'm probably going to try to make a fruit press, which means I will need to go somewhere that's got acacia trees. Yoink, yoink. If I can make a fruit press, I could probably make some blackcurrant syrup with all these blackcurrants around. Do 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 do. Well, hello there, chickens. Sugar beets. You know what's funny about all these darn chickens that are in the area? Is that as soon as I go to capture some hens, I'm probably not going to be able to fucking find any. Chickens are all over the place until you're actually looking for them. I probably am just going to capture multiple hens. You only need roosters if you plan on breeding the chickens. And since I don't eat poultry, I really don't plan to do that. Although I do need feathers for spell crafting and stuff. So I might have to. And at that point, not eating the poultry when you're just killing them for feathers would be wasteful. Although it would be cool if chickens could just like very slowly shed and regrow their feathers. Like if they shed too many, that would be suspicious. Sign of poor health. But even if I only got like a couple feathers per chicken, like per season, I'd still rather do that than kill them. Because chickens are adorable. But I need to remind myself this is just a video game, and sometimes you gotta kill and eat chickens to get past, or get by. And get ahead even. Oh, I could use golden poppy. And purple and yellow is a good combination, but like golden poppy is a lot more orange. You can also trade for feathers. Ooh, look at these turkeys. Oh, I'm starving to death. Yeah, fine, I'll eat some breadcrumbs. Oh, I thought I had breadcrumbs. Oh, I do. Oh. Run for it. It's a shiver. Shiver me timbers. That is a lot of turkeys. Yeah, I might... Do I settle for, golden poppy? How much inventory space do I have? I'll grab a couple, and then see how it looks. Honestly, using purple and purple could be too much purple. Although it's 2 different shades of purple that look fine together. Do I have an axe on me? I don't. I can just conjure one. But I also don't have the ability to repair my staff yet. I'll just look around. Sunflowers do not count as flowers. Although I do think they are one of the crops that, because they flower, do get benefits from being grown near bees. I don't think there's such a thing as too much purple. There are some ugly shades of purple, though. Like, it's my favorite color. But I'm willing to admit that there are some bad shades. Mauve is a lot of fun to say, but, like, it's a very, very bland shade of purple. Honestly, it's a lot closer to beige. Yoink. Come on. How much is that? Only 13. Golden poppies all over the place if I head a little bit further south again. So getting enough to do what I'm doing shouldn't be that difficult. Whoop, 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 whoop. Instead of getting chickens, I am kind of tempted to get turkeys. I'd imagine that if I was breeding them for food, turkeys probably drop a decent amount of meat. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but there is a reason that the Thanksgiving feast bird is a turkey. A lot of meat on them bones. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's granite. If there was a limestone cobblestone skull, I would be so excited. I mean, I'm still excited. Whoops. Let's see here. Let's try pickaxe. There we go. Bring this home with me. I like the granite skull. Ooh, and there's some clay under here. Let's go ahead and eat just a fistful of sunflower grain. Oh, can I not eat that? There we go. Don't know what was causing me issues before. Let's also eat this sunflower grain. Alright. Let's go back to collecting these granite skulls. Ow. Curse you, rocks. Oh, there's also some hidden stuff. Oh, I'm robbing a grave. I'm not too bothered by it. Some bones, some firewood. Copper hammer is a pretty good find. Alright. Probably not enough granite to do anything with. I want that hammer. I want that hammer more than I want 3 low fertility soil. Yoink. Alright. That blanket is kind of cool, but I do not plan on ever having an elk. I've done testing, and I can move quite a bit faster than an elk. Not to mention that my world is mostly ocean. You can bring an elk with you onto a boat. But it's a lot of work. Especially considering I would then have to get the elk back off of the boat. Just a lot of moving an elk around, when I could just move faster than an elk, and I do. Whoop. I don't know why I want to get stuck on this mountain so bad. Gotta go around it. I'm not entirely sure how I got over here. It is easier to go back the way you came, but if I don't remember the way I came, it's not exactly relevant. I probably just went around the entire mountain. 'Tis the safest way I can think of. Oh, you baby chicken. I guess chickens are like a really easy bird to raise if you're raising it just for meat. But like not only are chickens really cool, but they're really cute. So I'm not entirely sure why so many people look at chickens and they just think, oh yes, food. I do eat eggs, but not like any significant amount of it. Oh damn, I've already got a stack of catmint. We're thriving. Yeah, Avali are slightly faster. Actually, Avali are a good bit faster than Seraphs. And then I've got world's run speeds set to slightly faster. Honestly, I could be moving faster if I took off the armor. Since the armor is actually slowing me down. A volley being faster does actually make a lot of sense. But unless there was like a stamina system, that would be a hard thing to balance. Alright. It's not terrible. Of course, it's not going to be standing alone like that. I'd have to see it during the day. It is a lot more orange than yellow. Like, they don't look terrible together. Even in this poor lighting. But like, orange and blue are complementary colors. Purple and yellow are complementary, and that looks more orange. There we go. Beautiful. I'm something of a decorative genius. Alright. Palion Coquello on... It's only 7 something. Unfortunate. Except in real life. In real life, it is 8:29... 3... What? 9:23. Am I having a stroke, or am I just, like, really tired? Probably just really tired. I'm also stupid. Calling you fresh in here. Only 42 days. I have been running around with that in my pocket, so I guess that makes sense. Also, all of my cellar ice melted. I don't think it was doing anything, though. So no great loss. Oh, that's my linen pulp. Now I just need to let these dry. Hell, they've actually already started drying. I don't know if the barrel counts as open. I mean, like, it was open, but I think it's going to dry faster in my pocket. Wee. Actually, that might be completely done drying by the time we wake up. Which means we might be able to start the mushroom cultivation this stream. And also, surely by cultivating the mushrooms, we'll get the ability to collect more spores later. No, I've tested it, and mushroom cultivation is pretty damn strong. Like, not only does the fruiting sac, or whatever it's called, last for quite a while, but when you break it, not only do you get a bunch of rot, but you get some of your linen fiber back, or linen whatever, flax thread, and then just by growing the mushrooms, you have the more mushrooms that you need to get more spores to just do it all over again. I'm sure it costs food to start doing it, but there's no reason not to. I would argue it is unbalanced, but, like I've said a couple times, unbalanced does not mean it's not fun. Also, we gotta find out what to do with these 6 granite cobble skulls. I do think that they would make a very interesting countertop. Joking. I mean, I'm not joking. I do think they would make an interesting countertop. But that's not what we're going to do with them. I just wish that they were like limestone or basalt. Either of the 2 stones I care more about. Alright, let's go and sleep. Honk me, am I right, skeleton buddy? Do. You dry yet? Hell yeah, they're dry. Alright, let's go ahead and crawl down the hole since I wake up partially in it anyway. Grab some more of my amazing soup. I said grab my stew. Although I did accidentally call it a soup, so maybe, just maybe, it was offended. Alright. Obsidian cobblestone would look really damn cool, but obsidian, like volcanic glass IRL, is like really sharp and brittle. I don't know. I kind of like it. Like, it would probably look better with a proper bee house in the center. Or maybe if I could make the ceramic bee hive shit out of black ceramic instead of red or whatever that is. But these two flowers together don't look terrible. I don't know. We'll have to, like, ask YouTube what it thinks. Of course, so that raccoons do not kill my bees. Not that I've seen raccoons in the area. I do plan on putting a walnut fence around them. I wish we could craft cobble skulls. Like, they're not actual skulls. It's clear that somebody just carved the cobblestones into skulls. Which sounds like it would be a ton of work. So I'm glad somebody else did it. But I would like the ability to do it myself. Now, let's see here. Shale. Basalt cobble skull. Honestly, it's kind of hard to see that it's got skulls. But it's not like you'd use the entire block as cobble skulls. I would use it as, like, just trim. Maybe have the skulls as, like, a design near the ceiling. So that even if the room is just like a square box, it looks much less like a plain square box. I should eat and go to bed. And yet here I am. Ooh, I ovulated? Fuck yeah. Whoop. Alright. Let's stop getting distracted. Put my fish away. Do I have 7? No, I almost have 7. And that's not a hard thing to fix. How long are you fresh for? 3 days? How about now? Still 3 days. If I do continue playing while I wait for my food, and then while I eat, I will probably have to smoke more of that fish. Just so that it is ready to go. Alright, let's go and put you down here. Go and grab a stick. Go and grab more of this shit. Put you here. My stick there. Perhaps did not need to grab more sticks. Alright, now I believe it's only like 5 grain, 5 grass. I'm not going to check. I'm just going to trust the system. Whoops. There we go. Stop doing exactly that, me. It's a wonder anybody puts up with my bullshit. Like, I am glad that I've got viewers. But y'all have got to be some of the most patient fuckers. Alright. Let's go grab my... Well, actually, I want to get the... No, I'll grab the mushrooms and then make the bag. Hopefully I'm doing this correct. I've played with it before in creative mode, but... Obviously things tend to work a little bit differently in survival. If I was, my pink oyster mushrooms. There they are. Yep, that was just the one. Just one. Just one. Oh, there are more on another tree, which is good. Oh, this one dropped to 2. If I can get 8, I can craft. Oh yeah, I can definitely get 8. And boom. We can get more going. How long are you fresh? 18 days? Yeah, I'll have it done before then. More fucking catmint. That was like almost a cough. I would have muted, but it snuck up on me. Let me make sure I'm not muted now. Alright, we're good. We'll go ahead and make 2 little mushroom things and then call it a night. Although for me it's day, but it is when I go to bed. So it's like the same basic principle. I'm going to need more of these flex things. Seven. So what is that 6-7 joke? What does that mean? I don't think it's supposed to be funny, but somebody explained it. Alright, put these away. Yep, I guess that's all of them. Alright. Yes. Oh, we'll need more grass. Where's the... There we go. Hopefully I've got enough grain in my cellar. Although if I don't, there's probably still grain on my boat. Yes. Fucking... When I split stuff, it's because I wanted to stay split. Alright, put you here. 2 fruiting bags. How does this work? That's prepared board paper. How do I make these spore? Do these ones not? Am I all excited only to not be prepared? Let's see here. Spore print. Pink oyster. Do obtained by placing 4 of the same mushroom onto a prepared spore paper and waiting for the collection to complete. Alright, so I gotta place these. But I was right about the amount. What? There we go. I'm confused. Alright, so it's just going to take 12 hours. I don't know how I forgot that this is how it works, but I am glad that I didn't screw it up somehow. Of course I don't know how I'm going to kill 2 whole hours. I can check on my fish for the 70th time. Although what I should really probably do, since I'm not getting a whole lot of fish, is just smoke the fish I've got. Go ahead and check my furrows. Check my bees. And boom. I'm particularly interested in the furrows under the fence, because like, since putting the fences up, I've not gotten a single item in any of these furrows. Although the furrow stuff is pretty damn random. So I don't know if it's like some kind of really expensive super cheat, or if it's just not spawned there yet. Very likely the latter. How are you doing, my peanuts? Almost done. Although they've been at that same state for a while. My rice is nearly finished. Almost everything in here except for the pineapples seems like it's going to be done at roughly the same time. Moist farmland, low fertility. Maybe don't plant on that one. Alright. Just gonna put my grass away. I'll double check my fish. Any of the fish that are ready will be smoked. Nope, here's my fish. I meant to put my grass away first, but it doesn't make too big of a difference. Except that I have no inventory space. But when do I actually have any inventory space? When can I actually string together a coherent sentence? Huh. Didn't I have 4 fish? Did I lose 2 of them? What happened? I had 2 pink salmon, and then I carved them. It should have given me 4 fish fillets, but 2 of them disappeared. I suppose these fish fillets are so easy to get that I should not look a gift horse in the mouth. Tiny bit annoying, though. I need those. What if those 2 fish fillets that disappeared are the difference between being able to make another trust meat and not? Trust in the fish. Got to trust in the heart of the cards. Alright, no ovulated fish eggs. Which is not concerning. Let's go ahead and grab this. I know when I'm low on inventory, grabbing more things is probably not what I want. But there is some method to my madness. I don't know why I said that. It's not funny. Shame on me. Alright, where are my cattails? Because I know I've got several. Oh, they're in my pocket. There we go. Put this in here. Coil of rope. Alright. I'm gonna grab you. Probably going to break my knife. I'm surprised that didn't break my knife. But can never have enough cordage. Boom. Interestingly, I ended up with exactly 6 trust fish again. Boom, let's go ahead and smoke it. Remember, kids, smoking kills. Whoops. I'm actually going to have to collect more firewood. Considering I conjure my axes from the ether, I've got no excuse not to have more firewood than I do. Probably going to have to just free up a bunch of inventory space, which should not be that hard. And then go down to like one of the redwood forests. Over here-ish. Somewhere, yeah, here's a big redwood forest. So like that's an infinite amount of firewood right there. Not to mention, I could always find some black trumpets while I'm out there. And get more mushrooms cultivating. Just gonna put my cordage back in there. Honestly, with the shipwright, its blueprints, I can make some really cheap rope. There we go. Since I already did go mute for like 20 minutes without noticing, I do have to be extra careful when muting to cough. Yeah, knock on wood, but I am just glad that at no point did I lose the ability to breathe through my nose. My lungs and sinuses seem to be protesting something. Do. Whoop. Alright. Team large. Will swarm in approximately 1 day. It's not bad. Let's go and check the other one. And if it's the same, or even already swarmed, I'm going to have to... Oh, they have not swarmed yet. Approximately 3 days. Alright, so it's going to take me longer to get bees out of that one. Which is weird, because that's the first one I put down. Let's go ahead and grab more red clay. 45 should be enough, maybe. 45 is probably enough to make another hive. I just want to get the mushrooms started before I end the stream. It's almost 10 AM. I got work tonight. Worth it, though, for all this screwing around. I don't know how many concurrent viewers I have, but there tend to be lurkers. Just folks, for some reason, listening to the weird shit that I say. See here. Oh, I've got 4 peak concurrent. No, that's 4 concurrent. I don't know what my peak is. Only 1 on Twitch. Hopefully it's not that bot. But you never know. I don't think bots count, so there's gotta be somebody else there. Alright, let's go ahead and make another hive. So it'd be easier if I had the pottery wheel Do 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 do. It's good music. I don't know who you are, composer for Vintage Story, but consider me a fan. I'm sure it says somewhere in the game who did the music. That's fair. I can also never shut up. Which is why it should have been more suspicious when I was muted for 20 minutes. I need some kind of visual indicator that I am still muted, so that doesn't happen again. Although so much of my screen is already being taken up by my activity feed and chats. Although Twitch does not seem to like watching Vintage Story. I get a ton of views on YouTube for Vintage Story, but like, Twitch, not so much. Although if I stream Minecraft, which I have not in a while, I get a ton of views on my Twitch for Minecraft. So I guess it's just like a cultural difference. Whereas YouTubers seem to like the better game, whereas Twitch streamers like the worst game. Or not Twitch streamers, Twitch viewers. Although, to be fair, for the longest time I liked YouTube a hell of a lot more than Twitch. But they're both just kind of evil. Are you the hive? Yes. So I want to make this part. Hopefully I've got enough. If I run out, that would be kind of embarrassing, because I said that I should have enough. One of these takes 22, so as long as the other one only takes 23, we're good. Could I object? Yes. Could be. There are supposedly a lot of viewers for the Twitch category. Although it's possible that there being a lot of viewers for the Twitch category means that I'm just streaming at the same time as a really established Vintage Story Twitch streamer. And I'm therefore very unlikely to ever truly get my foot in the door. Although I don't really care about like getting fame or anything like that. I'm doing this for attention from strangers, which to be fair, I am getting in various amounts. Boom. I had way more than I needed. Although I am waiting for Voices of the Void to update. Because a lot of my regulars apparently are just here for Voices of the Void. Which when I was streaming that all the time, they definitely stood out as regulars. But since then have kind of abandoned me. Which is weird because I wasn't even good at Voices of the Void. Although it is possible that they just enjoyed watching me suck at the game that they like so much. Wasn't so bad once I figured it out, but Voices of the Void isn't not a puzzle-like game. Like, I wouldn't say it's a puzzle game. I wouldn't say it's a horror game either. Although it is really decent atmospheric horror for a game that's like barely horror. But it took me like 30 minutes to figure out how to even collect signals from space, which is, you know, the gameplay mechanic. Like, that's what you do. And I could not figure it out until Vicar explained it to me, like you would explain it to a 4-year-old. And to be fair, I skipped the tutorial twice. Whoop. Alright. Come on, hurry up, I need better food. And I for some reason feel like mushrooms are going to be one step in the path towards that. Can I put these on the ceiling? I can. I figured I could, but for some reason did not check it. It almost looks silly. I kind of wish I could hang it from a rope, but then it would just be in the way. Yeah, it could be. I've got a button on my microphone itself that, like, mutes it, but the problem is that it's not exactly consistent. Like, sometimes I can push the button like 3 or 4 times and it does not frickin' mute. But also, when I unmute, it's really loud, as well as when I go to mute but fail. The way I've got my chat currently is that I only have one monitor, so I'm using a program called See-Through Windows to basically just make my chats transparent over the screen, which is how I can both kind of see what I'm doing and read chat at the same time. It is not ideal though, because if you're playing a game like Hollow Knight, Silksong, where a bunch of hidden stuff is like hidden behind walls, and they try to make the walls obviously something you can break. But if I cannot see the wall past my activity feed or chat, then obviously I miss that. Although my fear, or I guess worry, it's not a fear, would be that if I do have a second monitor, I would just kind of forget to look over at it. The way I've got it set up right now is not ideal, like at all, but at least I can usually see, like, small movement on the side of the screen that lets me know a new message has come in. So it's not great, but it works. Where's my knife? Put that back down. Did I perhaps leave my knife in the... here? Yes. Alright. Boom ba-doom. Come on. There we go. Perfect. Look at all this fish. Those fish eggs do not look ovulated, because they are not. True. It is one of those things where, like, for a while I had to wear gloves at work. I should still be wearing gloves at work. But it took me, like, months to actually wear gloves comfortably. If you do not wear gloves, suddenly doing so is, like, really uncomfortable. And then I stopped wearing gloves, even though I should still be doing that. And I reached, once again, the point of not being comfortable wearing gloves. You just kind of form habits, and then anything outside of that habit just becomes uncomfortable. Probably not exactly like that, since gloves are a lot more intrusive than just kind of having to shift your eyes over to the side. Oh shit. What's Rift activity? Oh, it's calm. I should be fine. Let's see if I can grab my bees. Oh hey, somebody found the reactions button, or whatever that's called, where the little hearts and shit appear. I'm going to become one of those NPC streamers. I'm not. As ridiculous as those NPC streamers looked. Yeah, I'm live on Twitch as well. I do stream. Why is that still empty? We'll swarm in less than a day. You said that like an hour ago. Swarm dorks. It would be cool if I could get some bees in their home before the start of next stream. Did I finish setting up my pit kilns, or did I stop at the sticks? I don't think I started those. Let's go ahead and start those, so that by the time I've got more bees, they actually have a home for them. Oh yes, Laxia. Are you an art student? Or do you at least have some grasp of color theory? And how do these two flowers look together? Honestly, a shorter flower would work better, since I've got to walk up and interact with that thing in the middle. I think I could also put that on a pedestal of some kind, but then it would stick up too far. Also, what do you think of the skull I've got poking up over my roof? I don't have a roof, but you get my point. Kinda, not really. I prefer to use catmint and heather. Since it's 2 different shades of purple, it's kind of hard for purple to look bad with purple. Are you done yet? 3 hours remaining. Don't they know that I am the most impatient person on this planet? Also, yes, I did not set those up. I grabbed 2 more than I needed. Oh well, nobody ever accused me of being smart. Now, yellow and purple are complementary colors, but the golden poppy is really more orange than anything. We'll have to see what it looks like as well with the bamboo fence. Not bamboo fence. I can't get my bamboo to grow. The walnut fence. Even if I could get my bamboo to grow, I probably wouldn't make a fence out of it. I don't know why my bamboo's not growing. It's probably not too cold in this area, considering it's like 40 degrees Celsius at night. Excellent. Oh, and I get free rot out of it? How do I pick this up? Alright. Oh damn, my housemate's already home. Oh, that gives me 8 of these, so I've got more of them for storage for later. The mycelium is colonizing. I have got to go to bed, unfortunately, and my housemate's home, so it's the polite thing to do. So, if you've been hanging out, whether you're chatting or just lurking, I want you to know that you're appreciated. If you're watching this at some point in the future as a VOD and have watched the entire thing, then you have the patience of a saint and are equally appreciated. Like the video if you enjoyed, subscribe for more, and Fizzity, farewell. Come on.